Councilor Donald? Can't hear you.
How are you this morning?
I'm great, great.
Good. Good to see you.
You too. We can call the meeting to order. It is now 10 o'clock and we are recording.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. Good morning and welcome to the Bessemer City Council, 1700 3rd Avenue North, here in the great city of Bessemer Council meeting on April the 13th, 2021. The time is now 10 a.m. We have been called to order. We will do a silent prayer and we will pray for our sister cities along with Jefferson County, the state of Alabama, and this world as a whole. COVID is not gone, you all. The pastor that was supposed to have prayed this morning tested positive on yesterday. Let us pray for he and the church family there in the McNeil community. A silent word of prayer, please. Amen. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander? Councilor Alexander? Councilor Collier?
Present.
Councilor Crusoe?
Present.
Councilor Marshall?
Present.
Councilor Thickpen?
Present.
Councilor Matthews?
Present.
Councilor Donald?
Present.
We have 6 present, 1 absent. You have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Strada, are you on the line?
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
may I have a point of order, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I recognize the way the city ordinance reads, as it relates to items going on the agenda by the mayor or the council persons, that no items are to be denied. I am just concerned and asking why my item was removed from the agenda.
Mr. Marshall, that item that you placed on the agenda was one of the planning session items. Of course, I did not find out about the item until after Tuesday, last Tuesday. But it was one of the items that was supposed to be on the agenda today.
No,
Not-
ma'am. No, ma'am. It was not.
One moment, please. I allowed you to talk. One moment, please.
Go ahead.
I did not intentionally remove your item from the agenda. As I sent you a note and email to say that this item is already on the agenda. Now, can you tell me the date you sent your item in, Mr. Marshall?
Last Monday. Ms. Coleman can attest to that. Ms. Coleman, was the item on the agenda that the president speaks of?
Okay, the
Ms.
last
Coleman,
Monday,
answer.
did you want it on the agenda for Tuesday? Or did you want that, if you?
No, don't try to play me now. I sent an email.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. Marshall. Now, as I stated, I'm sorry, counselors, I received your request, if I'm not mistaken, was on Wednesday. And to my knowledge, that would have been Wednesday to place on the planning session. When I heard about opening up municipal buildings was Tuesday, when Councilor Collier asked if we would address opening up municipal buildings on the planning session. And I told him, yes. That was my reason, Councilor Marshall, to place it on planning. I don't have a reason to and or not to put your request on the agenda. What purpose does it serve me when we're supposed to be for the same purpose? It serves me no purpose to take off opening of a soft opening of the city's agenda. The city's municipal buildings, parks and or recreation facilities. Now, if you sent it in last Monday, if you wanted it on the agenda for last Tuesday, it should have been in Thursday prior to that Tuesday at 4 o'clock.
No. It should have been in Thursday of the week leading up to the 13th before 4 o'clock.
Well, it's on the agenda, Councilor Marshall. What is the argument about? It's on the agenda.
It's not an argument, it's clarity.
Okay, I'm sorry, clarity, but it's on the agenda, number 13.
But that's not my item. That's not my item.
Yes, it is your item.
No, it's not my item. No, it's not my item.
I do apologize, Councilor Marshall. Let us move on with this meeting. I do apologize. It's not written as you wrote it or as you stated, but it's still the same thing. Reopening of municipal buildings and parks. I am so sorry. I do not have the city hall, the rec center, the civic center, the golf course, the city parks. Is all the same reopening of municipal buildings and parks. And yes, sir, number 13 is your item.
It is not my item.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Councilor Marshall.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
It is not my item.
Thank you, sir. Item number 4.
Madam President, it is not my item. And I think it's very disrespectful. I mean, if you take mine off, then that means that you are taking the liberty to take any council person's item off if they present it.
No council person can ever say. Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
No, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
I am finished.
No,
this conversation is finished. Ms. Taylor, item number 4, please.
Madam Chair.
No, item number 4, Ms. Taylor.
Point of order.
Mr. Marshall, we can continue this conversation, or I can ask for a motion to discontinue this meeting. Either or you want to do.
You could really take the high road and simply say that I took the item off in error.
I did not take it off.
Ms. Coleman, well, let's ask Ms. Coleman. When did I turn in the item?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilor Crusoe.
Councilor Marshall, can we get to number 13 and see if that's your item? According to what the explanation. Okay, well, just give us some clarity. What is your item?
My items are broken down and I wanted them discussed in a specific way. Item 13 is not in a specific way that I desire my items to be discussed. That's all I was asking for.
But once we get to it, you can discuss it as you choose. It's on the agenda, isn't it?
But I still want it the way I asked for it to be on the agenda.
I mean, you can discuss it whichever way you choose once she gives it to give you the floor when we get to number 13. Discuss it as you choose.
Councilor Crusoe.
We're finished with this conversation.
Madam President, no.
We have guests that's on the line, that's on Zoom, that's sitting here in the council chambers, waiting to address the council. Item number 4, please.
Madam President, I'm gonna be quiet after this. I'm gonna be quiet.
I'm here.
I'm gonna be quiet after this. Madam Chair,
will you announce the arrival of Councilor Alexander, please?
Point of order, and I'm going to be quiet, Madam Chair.
Your point of order has been noted.
No, I have not said what my point of order is, and I'm going to be finished. I'm going to be finished.
Ms. Taylor?
Point of order. Point of order. Let me make my point of order, and I'm going to be finished. because I don't want to be a part of an embarrassing situation. I simply am just disappointed that we're not respected anymore, that our items, when they're turned in, are placed on the agenda the way that we desire that they be. Now, if we're going to go forward in that direction, that the president has a right to do that, then we need to look back at the city ordinance. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall, so much for your personal opinion. Ms. Taylor, will you please announce the arrival of Councilor Kimberly Alexander, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Kimberly Alexander arrived at the council planning session at 10:08 a.m.
Thank you so much. Item number 4, please, Ms. Taylor.
Item 4 is Strata, adoption of the vision framework.
Madam President,
Yes, sir, Councilor Marshall.
Collier.
I'm sorry, Councilor Collier.
Before we go on with Strata, I just want to just make sure the record had recorded. Now, I didn't hear yes or no from you. You stated that you told me yes, you will put it on, but you didn't tell me that. I just want to be clear for the record. I just was asking in a council meeting, but I never heard an answer.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Councilor Collier, for your opinion. Strata on the line this morning.
That's what happened.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you,
Good
Mr.
morning,
Waters?
Council. We're doing good, thank you.
Good. Proceed, please.
Thank you. We appreciate you all giving us a chance to come before you again. Dorothy, George is with me, and I think Afida Akoff is on the line on the call as well. This morning, we wanted to discuss 3 things with you. The first one is requesting the adoption of the vision framework that we submitted to you on January 6th. That was the integral part to get the comprehensive plan process started. We have discussed it somewhat, but we believe the council should have had ample time to review it at this point, and it would be prudent for them to adopt it as an official framework moving forward. The second item we wanted to talk about is we submitted, as a result of the vision framework, we submitted some key next steps that we thought could get started that are components of a comprehensive plan. But we know that from conversations with the council and the mayor's office, these were things you all were contemplating over the last few years, even before we did the vision framework. So we thought they were natural next steps. We submitted those proposals to the city in late January, early February, and we submitted it to the council. Dorothy submitted it to you all on 2 occasions. I don't remember those dates, but one was in February and one was in March, if I'm not mistaken. So we're hoping that the council has had a chance to review those work orders and next steps, and are here to answer any questions related to those. But we're hoping that you all will consider putting them up for approval once this question and answer session is done.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Councilors, you've heard Mr. Waters, and we have had paperwork on Strata professional services for the city of Bessemer. I must say, I love that framework, and I would love to see where this city will be going with Strata working with several other entities of the city of Bessemer. Are there any questions and or concern and discussion this morning?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I would have to agree with, I can't remember his name. I always call him, well, Mr. Strata. I can't remember his name.
Mr. Waters.
With the information being presented before the council as well as, the mayor, and we have had ample time to come to terms with this as far as it moving forth with the progression that needs to take place here in the city of Bessemer. And I too agree that we need to move on to the next step as far as in getting this implemented.
Counselors?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Councilor.
Counselor Alexander?
I just wanted to say I'm ready for the city to move forward, especially our downtown development. I mean, I think that'll be a big plus to the city of Bessemer, and we can attract more attention and more people and more revenue to downtown Bessemer. I love the framework, and thank you, Mr. Waters. Thank you, Ms. George, and thank you, what's she at on here? Ms. Elfrida. Thank you so much for working so hard and diligently on this. And I know it's been a struggle for the last, almost 2 years now, but we're about to make progress. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Counselor
Madam Chair.
Matthews? Yes, sir.
Yes, and I've looked at all 5 tasks that has been presented to us, the historic preservation, the annual work plan, the application process, the commission and staff training, and establishing the guidelines for the historic properties. And just to sum up, the Strata team has presented us with some good, some good solid proposals and tasks, what they have, with the input of several people throughout the community, business owners and things like that, people like that at least. And I think at this time we need to kind of get this off the ground and get it moving, get it behind us so we can look forward to some other opportunities with resources that the city has already captured. And I think we're going to be discussing that in a little bit. So, but all these components going to play an intricate part in our downtown redevelopment. So ready to move forward with it. Thank you.
Any other counselor? So it's the pleasure of this council to adopt the framework that Strata has presented to the city of Bessemer and to move forward with the next part of this project. That's what I'm hearing, counselors.
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
But to vote on it next week. Yes, ma'am.
Vote on it next week. We will vote on this on next week because we cannot, for those of you who are listening in and or looking at your computers, we cannot vote on. Whomever have your devices, please mute your devices. Please mute your devices. We will have a resolution on next Tuesday, which is a council meeting at 10 o'clock, to vote on adopting the vision framework and moving forward with the next phase of this project. Thank you so much, counselors. Thank you so much, Mr. Waters and Ms. George, for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Have a great day. Item number 5, please, Ms. Taylor.
Item 5 is Count Bessemer, Dr. Lakeisha George Bowes.
Good morning, Dr. Bowes. How are you?
I am wonderful. Good morning, Councilor Donald. How are you?
I am great.
Great. Good morning to the remaining counselors who are present on today. Good morning to our mayor. Once again, I come before you. I also have with me my assistant director, Mr. Dominique Moore, who has also joined as well on today. We did forward the proposal to be placed in your packets. What you have before you is the proposed budget for Camp Bessemer. Now, I'm not sure, so I would need clarity as far as being able to, if approved, to put out the application, but we do have the tentative proposed application date to go out as well for the student workers, as well as any adult workers that we will need on the camp side for this program. I would like to share with you all, the city allocates $125,000, in which with that, we have outlined, if you notice, the budget for adult workers as well as 67 student workers. If you also remember on year before last, prior to COVID, we did give or propose and was able to implement a salary increase for our employees, adult employees, due to the fact that everyone who works for Camp Bessemer is a certified teacher who holds at least a master's degree or higher. And the school district during the summer pays its employees $30 an hour. However, we could not do that, but we could, at least for teachers, go up to at least $20 an hour with the funding supported through Navigate. So we have that outlined from the city's perspective, as well as Navigate's proposed budget, in which I put in there as well. Navigate's board, for those of you who remember, began by offering us $25,000 as a city, but soon increased to $50,000. Navigate, after meeting before the board, came back and said, that due to the stewardship of this particular administrative body for Camp Bessemer, they wanted to be able to offer $100,000. They said, we are the first team who's ever come, not putting more money into adults, but actually putting money into children. And with that, they wanted to help our efforts after seeing the outline plan and proposal, and they wanted to be able to near match the city. So with that being said, we will be able to offer 134 jobs to the city this year for ages 14 to 18. We will also be proposing to Bessemer's Board of Education 3 sites. Dr. Jeter, along with her team, has been working closely in the tentative phase, and it's still pending council approval, so that we'll be able to operate with 3 different sites, in which this year, what we're going to do in partnership with Bessemer City Schools, we want to be able to offer our program from noon until 5:30. The purpose is we want as many students, due to the COVID achievement gap that rests on the camp side, we want to be able to offer an extension of the morning hours based on the students attending summer enrichment and summer school. To be able to have a full day program. So we've been able to cohesively work in a draft format to ensure that we can offer that at 3 sites, while partnering with 21st Century through the Boys and Girls Club, and they're going to pick up the other 3 sites. So we're excited about the phenomenal partnerships that we are establishing, so that the children of Bessemer will have a well-rounded program. Also, how does this benefit on the job side? The Boys and Girls Club has also committed to hiring or allowing some of our students to work in that program as well. They also placed on the table for whoever would like to work. They're offering a week of an extension of training through Auburn, where the student workers would have an opportunity to attend Auburn for 1 week at no cost to the families, to have some more support from a collegiate standpoint. So those students will not only work in the on the job, but they're going to have a collegiate experience who work through Boys and Girls Club. But you've noticed we've outlined the vision, we've outlined the mission, and we have proposed this year, based on collaborative efforts, 134 jobs to our children here in Bessemer, and we'll be able to serve more than about 210 students on the campsite.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles, for your presentation that has been so nice and neatly professionally prepared for us. Counselors, do you have any or questions or
Madam
concerns?
Chair, I'll yield to Councilor Alexander. I'll come after.
Okay, Counselor Alexander, please.
Hey, Ms. Bones, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine. I wanted to know who does the hiring for the I know you are the director. So
Yeah.
who does the hiring for the teachers, assistant coordinator, coaches, and things like that, and the students?
We post the positions. We have an interview based on the postings, and it's Mr. Moore and I, along with one other director, stands every year. I don't shift. Also, what we look at when we interview the workers for the adults, we make sure that everyone has a background check. That's why we try to go with people within the school district, because they're working with children.
Have
And
you
so,
picked this one? I'm sorry. Have you picked this one other person that's going to do the interviews with you? You said one other person.
yes, she's already standing. I just don't have her on here. She's testing in the classroom. We're in testing this week. Her name is
Okay.
LaMonica Irby, and
Yes,
she
sir.
has her education specialist degree in education, which is higher than a master's, for those who are on this call. And so we make up the panel for the adult workers when it's posted. Once again, and then for the student workers, once the adults are hired, then all of us go through the applications and begin the application processes. We start with making sure applications are complete, and then we start bringing the kids in at that point. To go through just what we consider is not, it does not have to be done, but we consider a fair interview process, because sometimes we may receive 500 applications, but they must have proof of residence. It is easy to get caught into what we faced. I think about in Council Donald, you or Mr. Marshall or Matthews may help me with this one, but we got caught into what was in the cutoff, and that was not part of the ordinance. So we had to add an extra step, add an extra step to that process to make sure that we are hiring those within the city limits.
And will our teachers come from the school system, from Bessemer school system, or other school systems?
We try to hire within Bessemer City School District. But you know, we cannot always promise. Sometimes coaches, we've had to have a coach out of midfield once due to the fact that we just did not have enough applicants, but all of the foundational teachers came from Bessemer. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bowles. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilor Crusoe.
Okay, good morning, Mrs. Moles. Previously, as far as the time span for the Camp Bessemer has been for how long?
6 weeks.
6 weeks. Okay. I'm just looking at the dates. I guess it's roughly like with a month on this year. Was it
it's still 6 weeks when we count them out? It's June 10th through July the 22nd, and it's still 6 weeks. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
We're trying to.
Here, July 12th. It's the camp dates, June 10th through July 12th.
Oh, it's a typo. I'm sorry. It should have been July the 22nd. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for, and what page is that, so I can make sure? Okay, I'm sorry. Yes,
that's the second page where it does the projected student enrollment of 210, then it said the camp dates.
Okay, forgive me for that typographical error. It should be the 22nd. And I will go through and make sure that we. Yes, it should be, and please correct, and I will also correct and then send another one to the council so that it won't be pen sketched.
No problem.
Madam Chair.
I'm still continuing.
I'm sorry.
I look forward to this being implemented, and I pray to God that it helps to kind of circumvent some of the crime. Idle mind is a devil's workshop, and anything that we could do to pull some of these kids off the streets, or give them something positive and constructive channels to travel, rather than having more blood shed here in the streets, on the streets here in the city of Bessemer. I greatly appreciate you and your efforts and your endeavors as far as in employing our youth and teaching them the fundamental skills as far as in to later you kind of lay the footwork or the ground work for possible careers in their lives. And hopefully, I mean, I look forward to kind of stopping by, you kind of peek in on the program. And I trust and believe that, we are, like I said, being instrumental versus, just, having them sitting at a desk somewhere, teaching them the necessary skills that are needed to be successful in life and not a menace to society. Thanks again, Mrs. Bowles, to you and your staff.
Thank you, Counselor.
Counselor Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bowles, good morning to you.
Good morning, Counselor Marshall.
And I really want to commend you and your organization, your staff, for the tremendous job that you do each year with Camp Bessemer. And of course, a couple of years ago, it speaks well that Navigate Birmingham was willing to put money into our program because it was such a model program. So continue the good work, and we look for great results from this year's Camp Bessemer. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor.
Madam President.
Yes, sir, Counselor Collier.
Ms. Bowles, thank you for coming forward this morning. Great presentation. One quick question. I know some of the other council members might not or might have this same issue. Sometimes we get approached by different people coming up to see, how many people that we hired in our districts, those kids from our districts. Is it some type of printout or something we could have, or some type of number or something we could have to, tell the people we did, hire this many people from our district, these many kids from our districts?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Yes, sir. I'm sorry about that. What we will do, and Mr. Moore, if you can assist me, once everyone is hired, what we can do is have a numerical database given to you all. What we also did, if you notice on the application, we put your names because a lot of times students will come and not know their counselors for their district, or even their parents, after consulting with their guardians, don't know. So what we tried to do on the application this time, so that they could have some type of reference, we added your name next to the district number. So we try to look for ways each year to make it as cohesive and transparent as possible. So what we'll do is we will take those applications, put them according to district, and we will present that particular information to you all so that you'll have it as a more accurate database. The applications are ready. I don't know if we will have final consent during this meeting. I'm hoping so that we can move forward, and you all will also have that liberty to start spreading that through your districts if we're given the go-ahead, because we are printing on this evening if we're given approval.
Any
Yes,
other
ma'am.
counselor?
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir, Counselor Matthews.
Well, I'm gonna be real brief. Thank you, Dr. Bowles. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all. Everything's been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Matthews.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am, Counselor Crusoe.
I'm sorry, with Dr. Bowles, since I've been corrected, I'm sorry, I won't take anything away from you. As far as these applications that's in our packet, are these applications that we can pass out into the community, or were you just giving us some examples? Giving us
no, ma'am, that is the exact application. As long as it is communicated, we do have the directions so that there are not any discrepancies and all of us can speak the same language, as long as they know to turn them in to City Hall, as long as they have all of the information, the documents attached, these are ready to go. So if you like to be that liaison to communicate that the applications are out, we will have some place at the middle school, the high school, and at City Hall. We'll start printing so we can leave some there. Am I right, Mr. Moore? We're going to start printing this afternoon, right? And so we'll leave some at City Hall and start taking them to the other schools this evening, so that that it'll be level for all students to have access.
So what date would be a safe day to let our constituents know that applications are available?
You can let them know. It's on the flyer. Turn to your reference flyer that says summer student worker. Do you see that in your packet? You see where it says date open April the 14th?
Yes,
which
ma'am.
is tomorrow. So
okay.
if you are giving us approval
at the City Hall on tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. They'll be placed at City Hall and at the middle as well as the high school. And we will, and they must know though not to leave them at or take them to their high school or middle school. They must turn them in at City Hall, and we will have a drop-off box at City Hall where they can slide in. We do not want any discrepancies, and that's sometimes what we will hear in feedback. I turned them in and gave it to a person, so we try to have a box label so that they'll be placed in the person will be able to slide them in the box, and we'll be able to collect on May the 3rd and start going through all of the applications.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for that information. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
One observation, and I don't know, I know this is the proposed budget. Dr. Bowes, you know we're not voting on this today. I didn't want you to think that we are, because this is a planning session. I just saw your reaction. We're not gonna vote.
Okay, so
I wasn't trying to rain on your parade either. So, but I didn't want you to be under the impression that we're gonna vote today. That's all.
Okay, thank you. So, well, this is gonna be tentative. Then we can't put out applications before y'all vote, right?
Well, I didn't say that. I just said
right.
Okay, so
I didn't say that. All I said is we're not voting today. I'm gonna let you read between that one.
Okay, so I need to change that date. I need to hear from our council as to that piece, because we don't want to put it out if we can't. We just are working with narrow time at this point.
And I was gonna say, attorneys, you all there? You all can talk, I guess now from a legality standpoint.
Attorney Harris, Attorney Payton, would it not be the same as a vote if we did a consensus of each counselor that wants Camp Bessemer, so that it won't be such narrow window there? Since we're going to vote on next Tuesday, can we not get a consensus from each counselor who's for the program?
That's voting, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's voting. That's voting when you get a consensus. So it's just in my,
yes,
I'm not gonna give my consensus. I don't care if the attorney say yes.
Well, I mean, Madam Chair, I guess.
Let us hear from the Attorney Harris.
Are we trying to extend, Madam President? Are we trying to extend? Can you explain exactly what we're trying to do? So we find this a vote or something we can do and ratify next week?
What we're trying to do is keep the window that we have on the applications for Camp Bessemer, stating that we have approved it, but we just have not voted physically on the on them getting the applications out.
You're trying to preserve dates, is that right? That's what we're really doing?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So I mean, I don't see any reason why if we do it next week, it takes care of any apps that came in or whatever in this time period, wouldn't it?
I would think so, and Madam Chair, and I don't think there's going to be any payout or anything. Payroll is not going to happen between now and next Tuesday either. So
No.
a ratification would be in order at the next council meeting. I would think.
And also, Attorney Harris, I think, more so, I mean, I'm not trying to put any thoughts in Dr. Bowles' head, but I mean, would it be any conflict or anything illegal with them going forth with the application process, given without a vote this week?
Well, I think you're going to take care of that next week, right?
Yeah,
Right.
It's going to be here of next week. I'm just speaking in terms of the application process.
Yes. So next week, you're going to approve the application, and the process will include this time period, whatever apps people who applied during this period would be, sounds to me, will fall within the period that you've authorized, right?
With the applications, I mean, she was just stating, I'm not certain whether you heard her or not, to have the applications available at the middle school, high school, and the city hall for the students to pick up and complete in order to apply to be employed or a part of Camp Bessemer. That was the next step for the program. We're just trying to see from a legal standpoint, will she be in any type violation if they proceed forth as far as in distributing the applications, awaiting our vote on next week? Is that, I mean, would that be any type conflict?
It doesn't, Madam, it doesn't sound to me that there's a conflict. You would be next week ratifying the period, the application period. There are no funds going to be distributed during this time. No one's going to work during this period. They will only go to work after sometime in the future. So unless City Attorney, if he's present, has any different idea, I don't think I see any problem with that.
Thank you, sir.
Madam President, this is Shan. I would concur with what Greg says. I think that putting the applications out now are fine as long as the vote is taken next Tuesday. The fact that applications are put out doesn't bind the city to any action at this time. So I would just take the vote next Tuesday and you'll be fine.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So what I'm hearing, it is the consensus of this body that Mrs. Bowles and Mr. Moore will go ahead and distribute the applications for Camp Bessemer, and we'll ratify on next Tuesday. That is what I'm hearing from this body.
We'll vote next week.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Bowles, thank you for coming forward with us, and thank you for the information that you have for us. I must say, I love this. I love this packet that you all have presented to us. It cuts down on a lot of questions, because by the time you get ready to ask the question, you turn the page and there's the answer. Thank you so much for being here with us. And I know that you have students to look after, you and Mr. Moore, and let us say congratulations, Mr. Moore. We see that you have been promoted. Congratulations from the city of Bessemer. Thank you all, and have a great day now.
Madam President.
Thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Dr. Bowles, you did say cutoff is May the 3rd, right? For the turn of absence?
Sir.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We wanted to give them enough time to collect any documentation for proof of residency and things of that nature, because we don't want to have any types of discrepancies if we can help it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Ms. Taylor, item number 6, please.
Yes, ma'am. Item 6 is City of Bessemer Land Bank, Dave Page.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. I guess, counselors, I was so excited about the land bank and us getting moving forward with all this blight and these dilapidated houses here in the city. I placed him back on again this week. Mr. Page called me. He said that was as a citizen, Ms. Donald. I will turn that back over. I just wanted to know, let the city know that we have done the legwork, and I need to turn that back over to the mayor and the council, and that he did. And I will place it on the agenda on the planning session for the month of May for the mayor and the council to discuss. Item number.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
quick question, please.
Yes, sir.
Who authorized Mr. Page to go out and produce this before it was even discussed among the council members?
Mr. Marshall, this paperwork that I had sent to you all, that was sent to me, Mr. Page, to my knowledge, he did it being a citizen of the city of Bessemer, looking to find a way to stamp out all of this blight and these dilapidated houses and lots in the city. Now, if I may say, the majority of this work was done prior to my getting into office. If I do understand, reading some of the paperwork that we have, this has been going on for 10 plus years. May have been more, but I just see 10 plus. The authorization as a citizen wanting to speak about blight in the city and having given us the paperwork that we need and the paperwork that was already out there. And I have already double checked it and looked at it, and it is absolutely correct as to how we do the steps to take for a land bank. And I would think that that was a great thing, so that this body won't be bogged down and the mayor's office won't be bogged down with research. The research that has been done was done, one of it was done by an ex-employee of Attorney Payton. He did some of this research, and some of it was done by Councilor Alexander, and some of it was done by Mr. Dave Page. And he just wanted us to know that he would work with the city in any way that he could to help this council and this mayor move forward with the land bank to move the city forward. That's all that was, Councilor Marshall.
Well, again, I was just wondering where it came from before it even came through the council. And I just think the council should have been recognized first of all. And if we had decided to commission someone, the city attorney, commission someone to do it, then that's fine. We would have had some input into it. That was my only question.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say to Councilor Marshall, it all started back up again when I walked my district and I seen all the lots and all the abandoned houses and all the houses that was just partially standing. So it started from there, and I pulled the ordinance, and then I got with Mr. Page because he had more information. So that's how it started. It started actually as a District 2 thing. And I said, well, let's look over this whole city of Bessemer. And he had already done some research. So we worked together to do that. That's why when I came to the council, a year or so ago, and we was talking about a land bank, even Councilor Collier was aware. I know he remembers me talking about a land bank because me and him have talked about doing a land bank. So I just put in the work because I, like Councilor Donald said, President Donald said, we didn't want to bog the mayor's office down. And when we came to the council to present it, we wanted it to be done the correct way and not halfway done.
Don't take me wrong. I don't have any objection to a land bank. I just had a question about the process and how it got to us.
Yeah, that's how it started. Me walking District 2, and then it spilled over from District 2.
Thank you, thank you, councilors, for that. But I will place it back on the agenda for planning session in May, and we can go. I don't think any of us have are against the land bank. I know that I'm not. I'm truly not against the land bank. We'll go from there. Item number 7, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, ma'am. Item 7, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute agreement with Urban League for CARES Act funding.
Mr. Barnes, are you on the line?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning to your council colleagues, Mayor Gully. I am here and present.
Good morning, Mr. Barnes. You came before us some time back and did a presentation to the council concerning the funds that needs to be distributed to our citizens from the CARES Act funding. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Councilors, Mr. Barnes has been here one time. If you have any questions and or concerns, now is the time for us to ask Mr. Barnes any questions that you have for Mr. Barnes. He's on the line.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
I just still have the resolution that came in the pack that talks about micro enterprise assistance agreement with the Urban League. It does. I mean, I don't understand. The resolution is quite different from what we're talking about. The amount of money listed in the agreement is only $115,000. So this is what I got in my pack.
Okay, Councilor Marshall, please disregard that resolution. If you would notice, last week, the mayor stated that we didn't have all the paperwork back in, and that we had to, that the mayor's office needed to review the paperwork. If you can recall me stating that I would personally, if I had to, walk the paperwork through. Unfortunately, Councilor Marshall, I did not have to do that after speaking to the mayor. I did not have to do that. Mr. Barnes got, and Mr. Barnes in the mayor's office, through positive collaboration, got all paperwork in that needed to be in. What we're waiting on now, Councilor Marshall, is an agreement. I have the agreement here for Salvation Army. Mayor Gully, are you on the line?
Madam President, yes.
Good morning, Mayor Gully. How are you? And you can rubber stamp this. I stated that I would keep in touch with Urban League as well as the mayor's office to make sure that we got everything in so that when we come back to the table, our citizens won't have to wait on fundings. In the process, JCCEO came in and they did a drive-through at the Bessemer Civic Center on yesterday, and they had so many people until they gave out an extra 150 numbers on yesterday to return today. They left 50 slots open, if you can remember, Councilor Marshall. But what we're waiting on now, and I just had Mr. Barnes to come on, if there was any questions from the council that needed to be addressed, that you all can address them here in planning session. As of right now, I am under the impression that all paperwork is in. Is that correct, Mayor Gully?
Madam President, to my knowledge, not all paperwork has been submitted as of now. What I need Mr. Barnes and stuff to do is work with my office to make sure that any and all paperwork is submitted, and so that we can do a resolution and stuff that is conducive to what we are trying and stuff to achieve here. Now, obviously, you said that you had a copy of the Salvation Army's resolution. I would not and stuff advise you to use that and stuff, or take any portions of that. Mr. Barnes will need to get in so with my staff and stuff to work out all the specifics and all the stuff of the paperwork that needs to be done the same way and stuff that they did relevant and stuff to the Salvation Army. So my question is still, Mr. Barnes needs to get with my staff to make sure that whatever and stuff is required by federal law and stuff is done and stuff appropriately, because if it's not, then the federal government is going to come back to us, not Mr. Barnes, not anyone, but back to and stuff the city of Bessemer, this body, and so for and so reimbursement. So I still say exact same thing. Mr. Barnes has to get and stuff with and so the mayor's office, make sure and so that it's done appropriately.
Thank you, Mayor
Madam
Gully.
Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Councilor Matthews.
I guess I'm kind of I might be a little slow. What's taking so long for the paperwork or the meeting of the minds to get together? I mean, it seems like that was stated the last time we talked about this. And is there something the city missing? Is there something Mr. Barnes missing, or is something both parties are missing? And I'm asking a question because it seemed to me like, we playing volleyball. You volley the ball on this side, and then you volley it on this side, and we sitting here caught in the middle. So I'm trying to see what is the problem with the paperwork that Mr. Barnes need to get in, or the city need to get to Mr. Barnes, or I mean, just what is the problem? Because it seems like we keep juggling. If somebody can answer that, then I'll hush.
That is no, you don't have to hush.
Madam Chair,
I'm gonna let Mayor Gully answer that question, please.
Please do.
Council Matthews.
Yes, sir.
For one thing, it seems like too many people is into it.
Okay, well, I'm one who's not into it, but I'm just listening.
The bottom line and stuff is that this is not rocket science. And so all we need and stuff to do is have Mr. Barnes, Mr. Ward, and Mr. Norris get together and stuff to do whatever's required by the federal government. I don't know, and I don't understand what's the difficulty here. There are certain things that has to be requested by federal government. Once those things and stuff are done, we can move forward. I don't know what the holdup here is when it comes and stuff to getting and stuff the paperwork and this information in. We've done this with the Salvation Army. It does not matter whether it's the Salvation Army, the JCCEO, Create Birmingham, or what. There's a standard criteria that the federal government requires of us to do, and we have to do that. Now, let us move forward when it comes to that. I'm asking respectfully of you all and to Mr. Barnes to reach out to my office. Whatever is requested is being requested from a federal government standpoint in order to legitimize and stuff the agreement here, and let's get this done.
Thank you, Mayor Gully.
Madam Chair.
One moment,
okay.
please. One moment, please.
Yeah.
Councilor, one moment. Councilor Matthews, are you finished?
No, I would.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, no, I'm not, because when Mayor said it's too many people, I don't know who's involved. I'm far away. I'm in McDonald Chapel. I'm not even a part of whatever it's been discussed between Mr. Ward, Mr. Norris, and Mr. Bond. But if we are going to allocate or disperse this money to the businesses of Bessemer, then the three people that were missing, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Ward, and Mr. Norris, need to get on the stick and let's get this thing done, because we're not hurting nobody but the people that will obtain these resources. Now, whoever's holding up, I ain't pointing no finger at nobody, no one, but whoever is dropping the ball or whatever, we need to get this ball rolling, because we've been talking about this for almost 2 months. I mean, I'm done. I'm gonna get out of the
Madam
way.
President,
Yes, sir.
it's not business, it's assistance and stuff to the citizens.
What assistance? Well, yeah, I might have said the wrong thing, but whatever, it's not getting there.
Well, but for the record, we want to make sure and stuff that what we're saying and stuff is correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And
That's fine. The citizens.
it's not in stuff about and stuff pointing and stuff fingers. It's a criteria that's got to be met. And so I mean, there's no personal enemy here with anyone. It's a matter and stuff of what's required in order and stuff to institute the program. So I don't understand. And so, you know, when you say you're not pointing in stuff fingers, there's no fingers to be pointed here. There's a certain and stuff criteria that's requested. Once that's requested, let's move forward. Make the information available. Same way other organizations made information available, and we can move forward. I agree with that 100%. Let's move this thing forward.
Well, I am for moving it forward one way or the other. We need to. And if my saying that I'll walk it through is interfering, I won't apologize for that, because we need to move this on so we can get these services to the citizens. Now, Mr. Barnes, will you please call the city of Bessemer's mayor's office, get in touch with Mr. Norris and or Mr. Ward, so that we can make sure that all paperwork is in order, so that when you come back before us again, or when the resolution comes back before us again, we'll be ready to vote. Is that a commitment from you, Mr. Barnes?
Absolutely, Madam President. I would like to note to you as well as to Mayor Gully is that we've recently done that. We had my Vice President of Operations reach out to Mr. Norris, and we were informed that there wasn't any additional paperwork that was needed, that there was, I think, a conversation about the agreement itself. And so, Mayor, it sounds like what I hear you saying is you said you didn't understand, you know, that there's the same criteria. It is of our opinion that we've reached out to your office and that there's some things that Mr. Norris is working out there. But I don't want, sounds like you've got the impression that we haven't submitted some information. And as far as we are aware, that is not accurate. We have submitted everything that was requested and also done a follow-up with Mr. Norris just as recently as within the last 48 hours, if I'm not mistaken. And we were informed by Mr. Norris that all the paperwork was indeed turned in. And so now there was a conversation about the agreement itself. And so I want to be sure that that is very, very clear as it relates to any requests that have been made by the city to the Urban League and our response in regards to that request.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am, Councilor Cruz.
And that was going to be my question as to Mr. Barnes. Had whatever request or whatever the missing element, had it been conveyed to him, or had it been identified as to what the missing piece of the puzzle was that we were awaiting. But he just cleared some things up for me within that statement.
Madam Chair. I yield,
Councilor Alexander.
I just had a question about the CARES Act funding. I was reading, I went on the website, Mr. Barnes, and I wanted to know, because we do have people that is behind on mortgages. Is the CARES Act funding, now when I did search it, it said that the CARES Act funding can help people with mortgages, because we have people, like I said, that pay mortgages and rent in the city of Bessemer. And those people need help as well. And I have been getting a lot of calls about that. So I just wanted to see, can we, once we go into agreement, can we reach out to your office for further clarification? Or if can you just, let us know?
Absolutely. So Councilor Alexander, what is our understanding is that what you all should be aware is that there are several buckets of funding in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Original CARES Act dollars could be used for mortgages. Now, and that's the original set of dollars. What we don't necessarily know is all of the funding sources that the city of Bessemer is going to receive and have received. If you recall, on our last conversation, the mayor and I were discussing and trying to work through exactly what pot of money, based on the congressional legislation, you all have received. And so it's my understanding, or what I know to be fact, is that there were three different pockets of money that the federal government passed. But I'm unclear on what the city of Bessemer has received. And so if I can be extremely clear, they began to ratchet, if you will, as each legislation was passed, making it more and more precise to what they felt like was going to directly impact the majority of people. And so let me restate it again. The original CARES Act dollars, the very first legislation, did indeed allow for mortgages to be covered. The subsequent package, which was a smaller package that was passed, the last legislation that was passed by President Trump, that would have been in December or some phase in that space between December and January before he vacated office, disallowed mortgage payments. And so those set of dollars did not allow for the ability to pay mortgages. Neither does the new dollars that I believe the city of Bessemer will receive. I think it's to the tune of about $4 million. Those are more regulated with HUD regulations, and very specifically are to be used for rental and utility assistance only. And so, unfortunately, with rounds 2 and 3, as we call them, there was a disallowable expense of mortgages in those rounds. So again, I think that there has to be some clarity on exactly, what buckets of money. If there are multiple buckets, then there are going to be some slightly different, maybe usage. They're going to have the same criteria, but maybe a slightly different usage in terms of the utility and rental assistance. Majority of the dollars that have been allocated to help fight against homelessness and to help fight to ensure that people had running water and power are going to be for rental and utility assistance, and will exclude mortgage. And I'll note the last part is the reason why that is the case. I disagree with it. We lobbied against it, but unfortunately, the federal government still passed it, was that there is a separate relief package for mortgage assistance that is not necessarily coming by way of municipalities, it's coming by way of banks. And so that set aside is why I believe, no one is confirmed that, but why I believe that mortgages have been disqualified. And so hopefully that answers your question. The question is going to be is whether your original CARES Act dollars, what bucket of money that the city of Bessemer received will determine whether or not it can be used for that mortgage aspect.
So this last set of money, the American Recovery Plan, this will be the 14.9.
Correct. And that absolutely, right. And that absolutely, I don't know your dollar figure, but I know that the last American Rescue Plan absolutely does not cover mortgages, because there was some 400 billion or $400 million. I can't remember, it was the M or B. I know that's a big difference, but it was set aside for mortgages specifically, and they're working that angle through the financial services industry. And so the dollars that the Biden administration passed are specific to area median income, have heavy HUD regulations, and are designed to help individuals with utility and rental assistance only.
Councilor Donna, Madam President,
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
know this? Do you know what part of money, or do you know, because this is the first time we've doing the bill payment from out the CARES Act funding. So would this be the first pot of money?
To my knowledge, this is the first pot of money, was that money that we received from Jefferson County, if we want to call that the first pot of money. This would be, to my knowledge, the second pot of money. Is that correct, Mayor Gully?
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, those would be two different influxes of money. One came from HUD. The other one would have come from the Federal CARES Act. But we chose rental assistance and utilities because we're talking only $200,000 here. And so I think in some of the funding, it has an approval and so for mortgage assistance, but to my knowledge, the city of Bessemer does not have any funding for mortgage assistance. We had that's why we allocated the $200,000 to rental assistance and utility and stuff assistance. Now we're back and stuff to the same impasse that I mentioned and stuff to you earlier, is that this is why I need Mr. Barnes and stuff in my office to get together so we can know and understand that if rental is rental and utility assistance, we only talking $200,000 here. And so mortgage mortgage is not an option at this particular to us. We don't have the funding and stuff to do that. And so this program that we built and stuff is built on rental assistance and utility assistance, period. Now we get money later on and it's allocated for mortgage assistance. Then we'll come back and stuff to this body and or Mr. Barnes, if you so choose, and say, hey, look, we got us of another 300,000, and this right here is for mortgage assistance. But right now, we're dealing with just rental assistance and utility assistance.
Okay, so the first CARES Act money, we didn't pay any rental assistance or any mortgages out. The first CARES Act money that we received.
Madam President, Council,
which could went towards mortgage.
The first CARES Act money, as you recall, was a reimbursement and stuff to municipalities for what and stuff they had spent. As you know, we did a longevity for employees. We reimbursed and stuff for several other things. That's at that particular time, it was approximately $1.2 million. No, ma'am, was no rental. I mean, that was no mortgage assistance in that money. That was a reimbursement to municipal government for things that we had and stuff to provide relevant to COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilor Marshall, and we're going to wrap this up. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I'll just make one statement.
Yes,
and
sir.
The statement is that, you know, we've got people in Bessemer that want to get help, but I'm saddened that it's been over a couple of months when we had the meeting with Salvation Army, and really, I think we turned the Salvation Army off, and they just did not want to work with us. We could have had this money out, utility bills paid, and we're still, you know, dealing with the same issue. I'm just saying that we were not able to use an agency that's been in this city and served the residents of this city for so many years in a wonderful way. And we decided that we have to take it somewhere else to get it done. I'm like Councilor Matthews. I've kept my hands out of it, away from it. But, you know, there have been some people, and it's known, they put their hands in places where they shouldn't be. And that's part of why we're having such a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall. I must agree to disagree. But thank you so much. That is not the reason why this is lasting as long as it is. Let me say this, that these fundings have not, and let me say it again, these fundings have not been reallocated any place other than to assist the citizens here in the city of Bessemer. Mr. Barnes, as I stated again, Mr. Barnes, please unmute yourself. Can you hear me? Shake your head. Shake your head.
I can.
Will you please get with the mayor's office? Make sure that you have everything that you need, and make sure that we have everything that we need So the next time that we talk, and when I say we counselors, I mean the council. The next time that we talk, we won't have to go around and around and around. And as some state, we're the ball and they're on both ends of the net. We'll have everything that we need, and you will have gotten with the mayor's office and gotten an understanding as to what it is you need to give them. And they will have given you a clear understanding as to what they want from you. Is that a promise of yours, Mr. Barnes?
Absolutely, Madam President.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming. Thank you for the time. I'm glad that you feel better.
Thank you.
Have a good day now.
You too.
Item number, we have Ms. Raquel Smith in the chambers this morning, counselors. And she's been here since about 15 minutes until 10. I'm going to take executive privilege to call Ms. Raquel Smith, item number 10, please. And then we'll come back and get on schedule. Item number 10, Ms. Taylor.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
if you will,
Yes, sir.
if you can move Chief Roper and stuff up,
Yes, sir.
I would appreciate that as well. He has another obligation.
Okay, yes, sir. I can move him. I can move Chief Roper up right after Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Raquel Smith. I'm with Pink Tops. We're located in downtown Bessemer. And we're here today. We want to discuss with you guys about the planning of incorporating with the city doing a COVID-19 pop-up clinic. And we were hoping that we probably could do this COVID-19 vaccination pop-up clinic at the Bessemer Rec. I have an outline that I submitted to Mr. Matthews, and he's been helping me with this project. And just to give you a couple of facts before I go into more of the outline, the Hoover Met was averaging on 12,000 vaccinations a day. Beginning May 19th, the Hoover Met will be closing due to baseball season, and UAB are seeking other small communities to host pop-up clinics. And I'm familiar with you guys having one before at the Civic Center, but I also think that the city of Bessemer is being impacted on people not being able to get vaccination due to lack of internet services or lack of resources, or just not really familiar with it. So I was just talking to Mr. Matthews about different ways that we could collaborate to bring this to our community. Once again, I do have an outline. We have spoke with UAB, and we also spoke with the pharmacy right out of Bessemer called Rock Creek Pharmacy. And they also are giving out the vaccination, which is in our city. So we would like to see if we could get this on the planning agenda as well, as something that we can do for the community. And if anyone needs the outline, we can get it to you. And it just basically outlines how we want to implement it and the different organizations that can come in and help us to make this a successful project for the city of Bessemer.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We have two Ms. Smith. Thank you so much for your presentation. If you would get the outline to the council's secretary.
Yes, ma'am.
And she would disperse it to dispense it to each of the councilors. Councilor Matthews, do you have?
Yes, ma'am, I do. And I like to thank Miss Smith for her efforts. And I was just, I guess, a 0.5%, and she's done most all the work, did all of the work really. And I didn't want her dad to jump on me either. But anyway, I just kidding. But really, Ms. Smith and I spoke about the rec center. And, and I know people were talking about opening the rec center. And it's equally important to me to get more people vaccinated in order to have Bessemer population up there. And what I mean by up there, having more people vaccinated in the inner city. From even if you have to go all the way toward the Lipscomb area, because what they say about Blacks and getting COVID being more susceptible to COVID, and with the deaths that has occurred, we want to try to shorten that window, and that's it's such a large population of African Americans that have passed on because of COVID. And when and I think I've alluded to once before, when my next door neighbor passed, that really just got my attention, because we were just talking just the other day, it seemed like, and then all I know is he was in the hospital, so I think it's a good approach what Miss Smith has started, has initiated, and I think the council members that district abuts the rec center would appreciate that as well. And not only that, the city of Bessemer, so I know we've had some vaccines or testing in the housing, public housing, but it'll speak volume if we would do something at our rec center. I think that would be something that we, the city, can be proud of, because it's been done at the Hoover Met, and that is now, as Ms. Smith said, has been closed down now for, I don't know how long it's going to be, but Hoover may have some other type of events out there, but we need to, talk about, if we need to talk about this some more, that's fine too, but I think it's a good gesture on Ms. Smith's behalf.
Yes, they'll be closing May 19th, and it's due to the baseball season. So they're looking for other small communities to host these pop-up clinics at.
Right.
And they come out and administer everything. And we were just collaborating, maybe picking up some of Lawson State's nursing students to help administer some of the admin information. And Pink Tops also has a sanitized gun that kills all bacteria and COVID-19. So when we're giving them supplies, we can spray them as the process continues to go.
That's right.
We want to kind of label it as a Friends and Family Day. And a lot of people don't know this, but the Hoover Met hosted a Friends and Family Day on a Saturday. And it was for anyone who came up that was of age and that met the criteria to get a COVID vaccination. And I believe we should have the same opportunity in the city of Bessemer.
Yeah. And Madam Chair, and this is my last thing I'm gonna say, and I think it's good. It's good for Bessemer. And as I always say, it doesn't matter who idea is, it's just good for Bessemer. If we could come together and join forces, and it'll be good for Bessemer. That's all I say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Smith, thank you for your concern, one, for the city of Bessemer. Thank you for your information. I would truly love to see not only one here in the city of Bessemer, I would love to see 4 on each corners of the city of Bessemer, so we can catch you coming in and or going out. But I would think the rec center would be a wonderful place. And I would think back down on the other end that's easily accessible to the freeway. I would think maybe a business someplace down there off of Academy Drive would be a wonderful place to put a vaccination center. Counselors, you can think about it, and we'll place it back on the agenda for discussion. And Ms. Smith will get back with you. And again, thank you for your time here today in Bessemer.
Thank you for having me. Y'all have a great day.
You do the same. 15, Ms. Taylor, 15.
Yes, ma'am. Public safety report.
Chief Roper, go ahead with your public safety report.
And good morning, Madam Chair and entire council and all of those who are listening. This report is going to cover the period from January the 21st, 2021 through April the 7th of 2021. During this time, the Communications Division received a total of 28,834 incoming calls. Of this 28,000 calls, 15,403 calls were dispatched to officers. In comparison of the same period last year, there were 30,300 incoming calls, and 16,023 of those were dispatched to officers. This was a difference of 1,466 received and 620 calls dispatched. So we did have a decrease in calls coming in. During this period also, officers made 267 felony arrests and 305 misdemeanor arrests and issued approximately 1,200 citations. As of the time I did this report, there had been 13 homicides in the city of Bessemer. With the one over the weekend, it makes it 14. Arrests and charges have been made on 6 of these homicides. On the arrest over the weekend, we have made 1 arrest. We're looking to make other arrests on that one. 2 of the homicides, the one that occurred on First Avenue, it's going to be placed on the grand jury. So there would be 3 of the homicides being placed on grand jury for consideration. That does mean that we have identified the suspects, but maybe not quite enough to sign warrants on them. So the DA's office has decided to put those on grand jury. We have 4 still on investigation. We do have some leads, but not enough to obtain warrants. There's been a decrease in burglaries during this period also. During this period last year, there were 89 burglaries compared to 40 this year. There's also been a decrease in unlawful breaking and entering of vehicles. But one of our other concerns is felony domestic violence. It has increased by 18% this year. Vehicle thefts. There was an increase in vehicle thefts over this same period. And the reason that there has been an increase in vehicle thefts is because a lot of our cases, people get out the car, leave the keys in the car, leave it running, and go in the store and just leave the car running. And some people just jump in and then take off. So we have put things out in the news media. We have put it out on our Facebook page, encouraging people not to leave their vehicles running. Firearm violence continues to be a major problem in the city of Bessemer and elsewhere. There's been an increase in calls of shots fired, and some of these calls are just random in nature. We've got too many young people that are in possession of firearms, and we know that they are not mature enough to handle a gun. But with some of the laws being changed and everything, people as young as 19 years old can legally have a firearm. During this period, this January 1 to April 7th, the department had confiscated, as of April the 7th, the department had confiscated 115 firearms. Since April the 7th of last Wednesday, I believe the date it was, we have confiscated about 8 more firearms from the streets of Bessemer. Firearms and firearms violence is and will remain a top priority for this department. Any questions?
Councilors, you've heard Chief Roper's report. Do you have any questions and or concerns for the chief?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, Chief Roper. Thank you for that report. Is it any way possible that those numbers in that report the council can be provided a copy of that information that you just made?
You can get it through the mayor's office.
Yes, sir. Okay. No problem. Well, let me ask you. Well, Mayor Gully, is it any way possible that you could send that information over to our secretary? So and she can make it available to the council. Is that possible?
He said it won't be a problem, Council Crusoe.
Okay, all right, thank you all so much. Thanks again for that information, Chief Roper.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Am I
Chief
talking to
Roper,
the chief?
yeah.
Okay, Chief
Yes,
Roper.
I just would like to ask each council member. I do want to thank one council member for facilitating some conversation between me and a member of the community on one of the homicides that we had. I won't call their name or anything, but I do want to thank them for helping to facilitate that conversation with me. It really helped to solve a homicide. And I would just ask that if you could ask your constituents, they don't have to call, they don't have to leave their name. We have a tip line. We have Crime Stoppers. I would ask that if anyone could communicate to the police department anything they know. If they hear something before it happened, if they know something is about that, if someone could make us aware, because we're not mind readers. And if we know some things, and I know there's a no snitch mentality out there, but I think if people say something, if they're supposed to say something when they see something or hear something, I think we could get a handle on all of this. But we're not going to be able to do it alone. It's going to take the entire community to get this thing under control. If anyone watches the news, this is not just in Bessemer. This is in Birmingham. This is in Jefferson County, state of Alabama. It's across the entire United States with our young people and firearm violence. I just ask when you're talking to your constituents, if you would just ask them, I'm pleading with them, I'm asking if they would just contact the police department when they know something. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Roper.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Chief, I guess two of the incidents happened in the hotel area off Academy Drive. Now, if I own a hotel, I know rooms I rented and how they should be occupied. Now, some of this needs to be conveyed to our business owners and or hotel owners that you're not making Bessemer have a positive flow when you are renting rooms out for other than people coming by, getting them a good night's rest, going on, or they visited. But when you rent it for other reasons, I mean, you might as well be real. These rooms not just being rented down there just for people who traveling and staying way across town from their relatives and then go to their relative's house for some type of family function. They're being rented out for the wrong thing. We need to call a spade,
Whoa, G.
And I'm just being honest. These rooms not rented out for sleeping. If they're going to gamble in the room, they need to go somewhere where they gamble at, and stop messing up what we trying to build up. I'm just being honest. It's too long we sit back and don't call things for what they really are and what's happening. And I don't condone. I'm not going to sit here and say that some things I know, some things I don't know. But it's a time to talk and it's a time to keep your mouth shut too. But we know that those rooms are not being rented out for what they're supposed to be rented out for. And just might as well say it like it is. And tell the hotel owners if they can't get their act together, they need to go somewhere to sell. I mean, but anyway, I'm done. So I
Mr.
can talk.
Matthews?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes,
Matthews,
sir.
I just want to let you know that I spoke with one of the well-known hotel owners on that end on yesterday evening.
Yes, sir.
And they are facilitating a meeting for me with all of the hotel owners that should occur sometime next week, Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. I am going to press upon them exactly what they need to do.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief Roper. I think that's a great start, because we are told, and I can say it, that you have some counselors, they see, they truly say, and they will call you on a Sunday afternoon. If they see, they will say. I think that's a great start with the meeting with your hotel owners and or personnel, because having standing rooms from week to week, from month to month, unless you own a corporation, it should be. But thank you, Chief, for that report. And I'm sorry to hold you so long, Chief. Have a good day.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
I just want to tell Chief, thank you for the great job that you're doing in the city, and say thank you and to your officers that's doing a great job in the city of Bessemer. We really appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed at all.
Thank you, Councilman Carter.
Thank you, and have a good day, Chief. Ms. Taylor, item number 9, please.
Item 9 is TIF district.
You missed.
Oh,
item 8.
You skipped one, Madam Chair. Did you mean to do that? Just
Item number 8.
Okay, item 8, small cell ordinance.
Madam President.
Yes, sir, Mayor Gully.
Madam President, I had that item placed back on the agenda. And I had that item placed back on the agenda because we're at a point now where if we don't discuss it and act on it in some form or fashion, then it's going to become a moot point. Now, I had that item placed back on because I didn't want our time to elapse, as I stated, and this become a moot point. And I wanted to get some feel and stuff from you all, from the attorneys and stuff, and from whomever else as to what this position on small cells is, and are we gonna move and stuff to do anything, to put anything in place, even if we put a resolution in place that obviously the body cannot and so agree on. You can go back and amend your own resolution at any time, but I do think from a legislative standpoint that the city of Bessemer needs to have something down in Montgomery relevant and stuff to small cells.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Gully, I'm sorry.
Well, I said, now I guess with that said, I'll turn it back over to you and the attorneys and stuff, and just I just didn't want the time and stuff to lapse and nothing and stuff made it and stuff to Montgomery.
Thank you so much, Mayor Gully. But as you know, we have been working with small cells now a year or so, and we have been trying to get paperwork in order to go to Montgomery. As a matter of fact, May 1st is the deadline, and we will not have anything in Montgomery, and the city of Bessemer will still be losing funding. So what we did, we called Telcom Communication, who we've been in contact with for quite some time. Telcom Communication. Mr. Matthews, are they still on the line? Councilor Matthews, is Telcom Communication still on the line? Telcom Communication has been dealing with small cells now over 10, 12 years. They are professionals at what they do. Here in the city of Bessemer, we have been told that we are so far behind, and we need professionals to come in, get us set up to the point to where we can be within our working capacity here in the city of Bessemer. We have now Mr. Lucian Blankenship of Telcom Communication. Mr. Blankenship, good morning.
Good morning, Madam President and Mayor and Council. Obviously, I'm back. I think I spoke to the council as well as the mayor's office over 6 months or so ago. Actually, I brought this to you guys over a year, actually January of 2020, as we work, to kind of get some legislation put in place prior to the state of Alabama's new law being enacted. Actually, we were out there before the legislation was even passed and kind of brought this to your attention. So I just wanted to circle back around today. Once I saw it, you guys are going to be discussing to find out where you guys were as relates to the implementation of a small cell process that would benefit the city of Bessemer. So I guess that's my first question would be, because as you know, we indicated we were asking the city to engage our firm, our telecommunication firm, to provide some type of guidance as related to small cells, and basically to build and manage a small wireless system that will, protect the public right of ways in Bessemer as well as generate revenue for the city, and also to stand up some policies and procedures as related to your permitting process that will comply with federal requirements as well as the new state law. And this would also allow you to kind of be grandfathered in so that you would be operating up under your own legislation as versus whatever the state says. And the other piece of that was to develop a small cell monetization plan for the city of Bessemer, as Bessemer has a lot of infrastructure that could be used to facilitate wireless facilities. And as you guys may or may not know, the wireless industry is basically on a race to try and deploy 5G and over 1,000 small cell sites per month, and definitely Bessemer and the economy that you guys have there going now is definitely going to be a target for many of those providers, such as the T-Mobiles, Verizon, AT&Ts, and Crown Castles, et cetera, and some of those that you already have. So you want to try to put something in place to make sure that you're protecting the right of ways, but also capturing, revenue that can go into the city coffers that will basically benefit the city. In order to do that, you're going to really have to have some type of strategic plan to really know where these facilities may be deployed and what kind of cost it may be to the city, to make sure that you're not incurring costs, but you're generating revenue, and not only take care of those costs that you're going to be required to be responsible for, but to always also generate revenue that you can use to provide other city services. So basically, from in a nutshell, that was what we talked about over a year or so ago. And I had a chance to meet with the mayor and share some of those thoughts with him. But I kind of stepped back because I just was not sure of what direction the city of Bessemer wanted to go. And to be honest with you, it seemed a little political to me. So I wanted to kind of stay back and, because we offer professional service that we know that will benefit the city. But I want you guys to kind of guide me through the lay of the land. But I would say, as the mayor said, it is at this point, it's urgent. If you want to be able to have your own legislation to abide by, then it's going to be important that you take some action as it relates to small cells. And I also say that it's important to know that not only must you enact some type of small cell legislation, but you've got to have a process that makes sense for you, because it's not going to benefit you just to have an ordinance if you don't have a way to take full advantage of what activity could occur as relates to small cells. Because it's gonna once you do allow small cells, it's going to actually have an impact on your infrastructure. So it's going to be important that you really address those areas and make sure that you're able to implement a good program that's going to facilitate small cells but generate revenue for the city. So that's kind of where I was, and that may be why you guys, neither the council nor the mayor has heard back from our office because we didn't have any direction as to what you guys were going to do. But I think it would be tragic if you all didn't do something prior to the expiration of the time frame before the state law goes in effect, which would preempt any local legislation that you would approve going forward.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Councilor Matthews.
Yeah, I agree with the starting points that Mr. Blankenship mentioned about over a year ago, or about a year ago, when he came to us, and in between then and now, there has been attempts made, but no success. I do agree with him on that, but I do have a question concerning the ordinance that we have that was in our pack, and I'd like to know what model ordinance this is from. What city? I have about 4 city ordinances, and I just to narrow it down, which one is this closest to, and does it afford a revenue stream and some of the other points that Mr. Blankenship mentioned?
Madam President, this is Shan, if I could go ahead.
Yes, sir.
This
Yes,
ordinance,
sir, Attorney Payton.
yes, ma'am. This ordinance is modeled after the City of Hoover's ordinance.
Okay.
It calls for an application to be filed with the city clerk. Administration of the ordinance is through the building inspection and engineering office, and where you have Bessemer Utilities involved, where there's polls with Bessemer Utilities would review it. It calls for a revenue stream in that there's an initial $500 fee for permitting and administration for the first 5, what they call nodes or small cell facilities, and then $100 per node after that for review of the ordinance for the program. There's a license fee, an annual license fee of $270 per node. And in the event that the company needs to install a new pole and cannot co-locate, there's a $1,000 admin fee for each new pole. The annual license fee is $270 per node. And all of this is reviewed by the engineering department and the building and inspection building and inspections department, along with Bessemer Utilities when there are Bessemer utility services provided. That's
And,
how.
Yeah, and that right there will increase another burden on the engineers, which going to increase us paying the engineer more money on the side of I guess small sales. And I'm just using that for an example. If I mean, we got enough flooding and some other things that I see tops prioritizes over engineer dealing with small cell, and from Bessemer utility standpoint, that's a whole nother conversation. I won't even get to that. No, I won't say nothing about that. But I was just wondering from a at this point, why didn't we get this ordinance 3-4 months ago, 5-6 months ago, opposed to waiting until the 11th hour, which I mentioned it in, I think, the last conversation we had. I said small cells deadline is going to be May the 1st. If at a minimum, the next day we should have gotten this, not necessarily carbon copy or modeled after Hoover's ordinance, but at least some dialogue to see which way we wanted to go. Because to be force fed, it's you start regurgitating, and that's the point I'm at now.
Madam President,
may I finish, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I'm at the point now where I don't think it's right for us to get this at this particular time. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Attorney Payton.
Madam President, if you look at the ordinance on the date of this ordinance that was submitted to you, it was prepared back in 2020, and it says adopted this blank day of 2020. I've submitted this same ordinance to the City Council 6 months or more ago for your review. And you have had it that long, and I've kept December the 8th, no? December the 8th is when it was submitted to the City Council for review. So this only reason that I requested it be placed on the agenda for this Tuesday is because next Tuesday is the last City Council meeting before May the 1st. And if something wasn't adopted by May the 1st, then it wasn't going to be adopted. That is the only reason. I was not trying to drop anything on anybody's lap. Again, this was submitted on December the 8th of last year, and I wanted to make sure that the city had the opportunity to adopt something prior to that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Payton. I must say that we did get this prior to now, but I also must say that it has always been a reason why we could or could not, the attorney could or could not get in touch with telecom communications. Each and every time that we brought it before you, there was a reason why we didn't talk to the representative of telecom, or we didn't get in touch with the representative from telecom. Well, now we have the representative from telecom on the line. I think I was reading, and Attorney Payton, who's going to build and manage this small sales process?
Well, what it will require is an application form to be created. And then what happens is when an entity comes into town, they will complete the application form. They will submit it to the building and inspection services.
I get that portion. I got that portion.
Okay.
You just said that. But the portion I don't get, we have steps that has to be done prior to that person coming into the city hall and getting that application. Who's going to make sure that that work is done?
Well, I don't understand your question.
Okay. Mr. Blankenship, let me ask a question. When we're building, and I pulled some information, I pulled some information from Montgomery, pulled some information from different sites that I saw. When we are getting ready to lay the foundation for the small cells and the small cell management, who usually does that information? Who usually does that process?
Well, let me say this first. One of the biggest challenges nationally as relates to the implementation and deployment of small cells has been the fact that most local governments, including some of the larger cities, don't have the capacity to implement the intake process on their own because of shot clocks and a number of things like that. What happens that you not only is this not like a normal application process. You can submit, or you would submit 1 or 2 applications. The new law actually allows you to submit what's called batch applications, and one provider could come in and drop 20 to 30 applications on the city at one time. And if you got 4 providers to drop, say 20 applications, that's 100 applications. You got 10 days or less to try and get a response back to them in certain situations. So that's the real challenge as to why a lot of local governments are using firms like Telcom to kind of help stand up those processes, because a lot of the cities not only it's not as simple as saying creating an application. That's when they come in. It's a whole process and procedure that needs to be developed. And I will also go back and say, as I heard Attorney Pate, as he outlined the revenue streams that he believed would be beneficial to the city of Bessemer, which are, those are basically the what's called safe harbor fees, which are basically reasonable fees that the federal government has outlined in all those categories that he enunciated, like the $500, the $100, the $1,000 per poll, and the $270 annual fee. But there are other fees when you've laid out the proper process that would allow you to recoup actual costs. And in order to do that, you've got to do some things. You may have to do cost studies. You may have to look into what your assets are. That's why I was saying that you need to really develop a strategic plan as to how you want to see small cells deployed within the corporate limits of the city of Bessemer and within its public right of way, so that you have an idea of what you're working with and what that actual cost might be. And then there's also costs that will be that make ready costs that have to be considered, so that there are another number of other things that have to be considered and put in place, and that's generally done by staff or a consultant. And like I said, there's quite a bit. There are quite a few steps that go along with. I'm very familiar with Hoover's ordinance. I'm familiar with Mount Brook. I'm probably familiar with every ordinance in the state of Alabama, probably because I worked on a national advocacy team before these policies even came into place, actually advocating, trying to decide what type policies and laws that the FCC would approve. I worked with that group and also in the state of Alabama level too, in trying to oppose this legislation that we believe ultimately would harm, local governments from a financial standpoint and actually from a staffing standpoint to address. So your biggest issue when it comes to small cells and it relates to municipality, it deals with a process of intake and ability to have the staff to facilitate and handle the volume of applications that you may receive, which is a major problem, because like I said, you've got, and I don't want to get into the weeds, but when you get into, and your ordinance may address some of it, but I haven't seen it in its entirety. But if it's similar to Hoover, I'm very familiar with it. So what's going to happen is that there are time frames that I don't know how many people you got in your permitting department. I don't know how many people you got dealing with engineer stuff, but what I will say is that the time for them to turn it around would actually jump in front of other projects that you may have already on the books. And I don't know what the mayor staff or the permitting department already have in place. But if one of these applicants came to the city, you got a real tight time frame, and there's several approval processes that you currently have in place as to how you approve these applications that have to be amended and changed because they've now got to comply with federal law. And I've looked at what you guys have on the book, and it doesn't even come close to putting you in a position to be in compliance. So there are a number of hoops and things I think you guys are going to have to kind of put in place to be successful in the deployment of small cells in the city of Bessemer. That's why I will employ you guys to really focus more on not just only focus on the ordinance, but really focus on everything that goes around it. Because if not, you're gonna run into a hiccup, which could cause several things to happen, where an applicant case can be deemed denied or deemed approved, or if it's not basically work for the city of Bessemer, then you're gonna end up over in the circuit court, trying to deal with those things. Not circuit court, you end up over in federal court trying to deal with on a per case basis, because that's the only way you can deal with it once it gets out of what you guys actually have on your books. So I think you guys have a lot of opportunity. It's just a matter of making sure that you guys are set up systematically to really take advantage of it. And I can tell you, it's a lot of work on the front side, but once you get the work done, then I think the process smooths itself out, and then you would be in a better position. So, and that's one of the reasons we approached you about a year and a half ago or so to try and talk about this process, because we knew it was coming from federal level. We knew the state law that was pending, but we also knew the documents that you guys would have to produce.
Thank you, Mr. Lucian and Telcom Communications. we have a committee. And I think the committee, Councilor Matthew, are you the chairman of that committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did we ever meet to get what was the pleasure of the committee to bring back to the council?
Say that again.
Mhm.
I miss you.
Does the committee have a recommendation for the council?
No, we don't have a recommendation because we kept getting hidden stumbling blocks. And I think one of the things that was mentioned, and Mr. Payton probably remember, he was saying something about the Mr. Blankenship, one being an attorney, the other that he was didn't want. It was going to be some ordinances drafted, and what was the other thing, Attorney Payton?
I don't know what you're talking about. I drafted this ordinance.
No, I'm not talking about this ordinance. It was something about Mr. Blankenship being an attorney and coming into the city to do work. You mentioned something about that in one of the meetings. That was early on.
All right. So first of all, I still haven't seen a proposal from Mr. Blankenship. Okay, I have not seen one, and I've asked for one. I still haven't seen one. Okay, so my understanding was that his proposal was him from Mr. Blankenship as an attorney. Okay. The Code of Ordinances of the City of Bessemer state that the city attorney provides legal representation to the city. And if he deems that assistance is needed, that he is the one that hires the attorney to provide that service. Now, you're telling me there's a telecom. I don't know telecom, okay? I haven't seen a proposal from telecom. If that's different than Mr. Blankenship acting as an attorney of law and he's providing this service as a separate company, I just haven't seen a proposal.
Telecom communication.
Madam Chair, Mr. Blankenship is about to answer that.
Okay, I'm going to allow him to answer, but let me say this. Telecom communication, if has been on the agenda. Telecom communication has been on the agenda each time I put it on, I know the last two times, as telecom communications. I just want to make that clear. Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, and I just want to say, and I've had one chance to talk with Attorney Payton, but when we came to you, we've never come to you. I've never come to you in my capacity as a lawyer. Our telecommunication company that deals with smart city initiatives such as cell towers, micromobility, autonomous vehicles, and things of that nature we've always operated on the telecom communication. And if you'll note, when I first made my presentation to you guys, I think it was back in January of 2020, and when I spoke with you guys in December of 2019, it has always been in that capacity. In fact, we don't even offer our telecommunications services as a part of our law practice unless there are other documents that we're asked to prepare. And then those are always, we would always provide notice and get authorization. Otherwise, we don't even deal with those documents. So I don't know if the confusion came from, but the proposal we submitted, if you'll take a look at it, I don't have it in front of me, but not only is it's on telecom communication letterhead and everything about it. So I've never presented to you guys as from our law firm is Blankenship and Associates PC. And so while I am attorney, but I'm not here often to provide legal services to the city of Bessemer. I would definitely not come into Mr. Pate's jurisdiction or with his client without acting as an attorney without having that conversation with him. So if that was not communicated clearly, I would apologize, but I don't know how it could not have been, because I've never provided any written documentations to you guys that didn't have that. In fact, if you recall the the presentation that we did in person. We did a PowerPoint. We had our, I even had my exhibit standing up, and they all said telecom solutions. So, so thank you. I hope that clears that up, because you know, we have our telecom company is a smart cities initiative type firm, and that these are the type of service that we provide.
So for the record, Madam President, I was not at, I think his presentation was in February of 2020. I was not at that meeting. So, you know, I don't know. As I said, I still to this day have not seen a copy of the proposal. So I've requested that and I don't have it. I'll be happy to look at it, but I don't have one. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Crusoe.
Mr. Blankenship, is it any way possible for you to provide that information to Attorney Payton? So I mean, we can get past that hurdle again, as well as kind of, because your May 1st is, you know, it's approaching fast. Also, Attorney Payton, you made mention concerning a code whereby you, as the city attorney, has the sole right, if it's deemed necessary, to hire another attorney here in the city of Bessemer. That is left basically solely up to you. What ordinance or what code is that?
Code of Ordinances of the City of Bessemer, and it's, if you look in it under the city attorney, that's where it is. There's a provision on the city attorney, and that's where it's referred to.
That code has a number. What code is that? Or what ordinance is that?
It, give me 1 minute. It's going to start at section 2-110, okay? And it's in that chapter. I'd have to look at that chapter to provide you the exact section, which I can while you go on with your meeting, and I'll bring that back up to you if you would like to.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let me just finish this statement and I'll be out of your way. Yes, Mr. Lucian, I mean, how, what is the soonest that you can get this information to us? Because I'm glad that, you know, we all for, you know, on the page of open dialogue for once, you know, which, like I said, we've been trying to get on this page for quite some time. It's a good thing to see that, you know, we're all on the same path today. You know, as far as in providing us that information, because I mean, it's listening to you break down and also given that, you know, the expertise that you have, you know, with that being an area that you've done a lot of research and you're very fluent as far as in knowing the do's and don'ts and what is necessary, and I mean, I guess the landmines that we need to dodge as far as in going forth concerning this. I feel more comfortable dealing with you, given that this is what, you know, like I said, that you're fluent in this. So again, how soon can you provide us with whatever it is that's necessary for us to adopt or implement this for the sake of the city of Bessemer?
Thank you for asking, Madam Councilwoman. We probably can make that happen probably for what's today. I can actually probably make it happen before the week's out, or for definitely first part of next week, because it's something that we do on a regular basis. And I kind of got some drafts that I already kind of, you know, put that I wanted to propose to you all a while back. But like I said, when it was going back and forth, I didn't know the position of the city, and I just didn't want to be involved unless it was something that you guys wanted me to be involved in. Because as I said earlier, this is something that I believe will benefit the city of Bessemer as it's benefiting cities around the country. And I'd hate to see us as a city miss out on an opportunity because of division or a lack of understanding. And again, I've always presented it from our telecommunications company because that's what the bulk of kind of work that I do, and I'll be happy to reproduce any documents that you guys want me to have produced, and I can do it for less than 7 days if you need me to.
Yes, sir, and we will greatly appreciate that. Also, Attorney Payton, is it any particular way that you would want that to be delivered to you or to your office? Or you want it emailed? Do you want it FedEx or one day express, so we can be on the same page and not be at the door on May 1st with no answer or no ordinance or resolution for the city of Bessemer.
Can I say one more thing before? I'm sorry. I was actually planning, because once I got an opportunity to be here today, because I just wanted to hear what was happening, I was actually planning on getting a package to Mayor Gully's office as well. Because when he and I last talked, I told him I would get some information. But again, I didn't know the direction of the city. And so now that I know that you guys want to act and get something done, I'll get the information to the mayor's office as well as back to the council president to make sure you've got the most recent, you got the relevant copies of all the information.
Yes, sir. And I mean, again, I greatly appreciate that. It's just, kind of saddens me that, some of the council members say we've been kicking this can for quite some time. And I mean, my asking as to what form of delivery or meeting with them, so we won't come back again next week saying that you came to the back door rather than at the front door, or you stood on the porch and didn't ring the doorbell. So we're just trying to get a clear understanding so we won't have to revisit this nonsense again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor.
Madam President.
One moment, Attorney Payton. Thank you, Councilor Crusoe. Thank you, Mr. Blankenship. Attorney Payton.
I think Mr. Blankenship has my telephone numbers. He has my email address. He knows where my office is. We have met. He knows how to get in touch with me. I haven't been hiding from anyone. I'm here. I'll be happy to talk with Mr. Blankenship. And I don't consider what my actions have been to have been nonsense here. I have tried to act reasonable. I think Mr. Blankenship will know that. I have not. Anytime he's called me, I've called him back, or vice versa. So I have not been trying to kick a can down the road or delay anything. I brought this to your attention today because action needs to be taken one way or the other. Whether you decide to go with Mr. Blankenship or you go with this ordinance, action needs to be taken before May 1st. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Payton. We're going to turn this over to the committee to get a meeting together and bring us back a recommendation. Chairman of that committee, the small cell committee.
Yeah, when I'm not speaking, I have my mic muted. I heard you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can we kind of get that meeting to this week, Councilor Matthews?
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Thank you, sir. So when we meet up together again, and it may be a special call meeting, but when we meet up again, we can vote and or to accept telecom communications and or to accept the ordinance that has been prepared by Attorney Payton. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Blankenship, for your time. Item number 9.
Madam President.
Yes, sir. Is that Councilor Collier?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Collier.
Attorney Payton, Mr. Blankenship, could y'all make sure some figures in there, some exactly what some guesstimate figures of exactly what it would cost us? Hold on. Can you hear me?
Madam President, this is Shan. I don't have any figures on. I don't have any figures on what it'll cost the city, other than the Building and Inspection Services Department is within the city, so that wouldn't cost anything.
Okay.
The engineering services would be just, I guess, on a case-by-case basis as that comes up. I know that every Thursday morning, the engineering department, building inspections official, and myself, we meet every Thursday morning and go over matters. I can't imagine that would be that expensive, but again, it could be. I guess if somebody did drop one to do 5 cell across the city, there are going to be engineering charges for that. But I would think that by the same token, Mr. Blankenship would have charges also for his company to provide service.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking both of you to kind of come up with a guesstimate. I heard your explanation, and I want Mr. Blankenship actually what he would do the same.
Yeah, as far as engineering, until we haven't, to my knowledge, haven't had a small cell application that's been brought to the city. So until we go through one or two to see, I don't know exactly what it would cost, but we review applications for billboards and signs and buildings all the time. So I would not think it would be it would cause the city engineering services to go up dramatically.
Thank you so much, Attorney Payton. Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes. Yes, sir.
Mr. Blankenship, is it some type of guesstimate you can get us on the services also, instead of just the paperwork?
Yes, Councilman, I will. In fact, I think, and even in the proposal, I think we kind of outlined what we thought initial costs will look like. So I'll be happy to share. Like I said, whatever we had presented, I'll represent it. And as like I said, and then going forward, we always try to make sure any fees and stuff are transparent there on the front side, because we like to do the work that we do. We don't like to argue about the money that we're supposed to charge. So I like to have that. I like to have that approved first, because I don't want to work for free.
Right.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. But I'll be happy.
Thank you so much, Councilor Call.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
Can I leave now? I got to get to another.
Yes, sir. You can leave. I am so sorry. You can leave now. Have a great day now.
All right. You just say thanks.
All right. Item number 9, Ms. Taylor.
Item 9 is TIF District, Powder Plant Lane, Simon Four-Weather, Fiscal Properties.
We have EEFS in our presence. Do I need to mute my computer? Do I need to mute?
Mute your mic.
Yeah, I wanted to, I think Councilor Matthews had put this on the agenda. And I want to give you a little history on Powder Plant Lane. Powder Plant Lane is an industrial road off of Powder Plant Road across from the Amazon facility. It's an industrial road. It's in poor condition. The binder and the base are presently failing. There was never a seal coat put on the road, and the bonds were not recoverable. There were bonds posted on the road for the seal coat, but they were not recoverable. I think Rod Evans had attempted to collect those bonds back several years ago, and to no avail. So, and I know that Simon Four-Weather represents several of the owners, and he was bringing a presentation to the council on partially funding repairing this road.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. My name is Simon Fower. I'm with Thistle Properties. I'd like to thank Madam Chair, Councillor Matthews, for putting this on the agenda first. So I haven't actually met you face to face yet, but hopefully we will soon. But thanks for that. I'm one of 6 property owners on Powder Plant Lane. Thistle Properties has owned property there since 2012, so almost 10 years. And so it was in reasonable condition 10 years ago, when it's degraded, and since the Amazon development, it's rapidly degraded, and it's almost impassable at this point. There are currently 7 businesses located on there, and it's become kind of an urgent issue for everyone on there. I've been discussing for about 4 or 5 months with the other property owners a path forward, and of course money is always the issue, right? So I've been trying to get the property owners to contribute to this to help bring this to a resolution. As of January, I had gotten written confirmation of commitments for $68,341 to pave the road. Since January, the road is in such bad condition that we've had to spend about $10,000 just to make emergency repairs. So it's now $58,341. So we're here today, or I'm here today. I represent, I would say, the majority of the owners there, not all of them. Some would not participate, but the majority of that lane is participating in this. So we got a quote and maybe Mr. Gilbert has worked further on this, but the quote to repave, including the underlayer, was roughly 133,000. So if you subtract out the 58,000 that I managed to raise from the local owners, that would the balance would be 75,000. So that's the amount that we're here today to hopefully secure that budget from the city today.
Can't hear you, madam. Your mic is muted.
The mic's muted.
You said the amount that the property owners are going to submit is?
It was 68,341, but we spent $10,000 since January in emergency repairs. It's in pretty catastrophic state. So it's now 58,341. And every month that goes by, we're probably going to have to spend about $3,000 just to keep it in a passable state. It's in that bad condition.
And the total amount to pave?
Right now, if it's approved today, if the city can appropriate 75,000, that would fix between the city of Bessemer 75,000 and what we can contribute. That would pay for the entire contract amount, including the base layer, which is unknown at this point, but it's probably in pretty bad condition and it's worsening quite rapidly.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, your mic and the mic that Mr. Forwell is on don't need to be on at the same time. That's what what gives us big feedback. That's where the feedback. If
okay,
you all
let me turn my mic all the way so you all can hear.
Yeah. Mute yourself.
I'm gonna mute myself after
okay.
I bring him down so I can speak. Yeah, mute him so that I can speak. Councilor.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I did go by and look at the road. I looked at it while it's dry. I looked at it during a downpour, and each time I've gone there, it's just deteriorating and deteriorating. And I don't know if you all have the map provided about the TIF. That is in the TIF district, and those monies last time they were used was in the Cracker Barrel area for paving. And the last report we received from the finance office that there was a balance of $180,000 left. And I didn't want to commit to anything and try to commit anything, but I did tell Mr. Forweather that that was a part of the TIF district. And if the council approves it, that's where that money can come from. And it can only be used in that district anyway, which is includes Duros, 5 Star, Shirley Lane, and the one we're speaking now, Powder Plant Lane. And that soul is in the TIF district. And then we'll have, according to what just been said, we still have $100,000 left in that fund. So that's basically it. And with the trucks that goes, like Mr. Forwell said, that I think the trucks, with all the trucking that goes to Amazon and other terminals throughout the Southeast, could go further than that. So it wouldn't be a bad investment for the city to take care of that, because the money can only be used for that. And if you all remember, some time ago, I was trying to get another source of funding for Academy, and that was in my mind as well. But since we still have it, why not use it for that particular area and that purpose?
I'm gonna turn mine back up.
I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oops. Look. Counselors, let me make sure, counselors, you've heard Mr. Forweather, and you've heard Counselor Matthew stating that we do have the fundings already there, and it can only be used in the TIF district. Are there any questions and or concerns at this time?
You heard from Mr. Gilbert too now.
Well, yes, we did hear
Okay.
from Mr. Gilbert. Is it the pleasure of this council to take the fundings, the 75,000 from the fundings and the TIF money to fund this project down off Academy Drive? If that is the pleasure of the council, we'll have Mr. Shan Payton, Attorney Payton, to have a resolution ready for us to vote on next week to pay 75,000. Is that correct? 75,000 from the TIF funding to fund that project, which is to pave. Is that Powder Plant Road? Powder Plant Lane on next week.
Madam President,
Yes, sir, Mayor Gully.
I would like to check the figures in that TIF account and stuff as well.
Yes, sir.
I recall 126,000. Council Matthews said 180. So I really and stuff would like to make sure what we have in that account and stuff before we commit. I've asked the finance director so to confirm that dollar amount, and I'll let everyone know.
Yes, sir. Even with that 126,000, I think we still have adequate amount to fund that paving of Powder Plant Lane. If you would, Mayor Gully, get back with us with the amount that's. Okay. Come on now.
There are some variables involved, but you're not going to know what the sub-base material is going to be to remove down to that.
Couldn't hear you, Madam Chair. If you turn your mic off, I could hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you hear him now?
Yes.
Okay.
I hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I just wanted to say that we're not going to know an exact cost until which time that the base is removed down to the sub-base material and we see the condition of that. I think it's going to probably range, the total cost is probably going to range somewhere in between 110 and 170 total cost. My understanding is that since public money is being used, it will have to be bid. So this is something that we would have to come back before council with once it was bid to know an exact dollar amount. But even knowing an exact dollar amount in that contract, there would have to be something in there that if you based on a quantity, ever how much sub base you had to remove and replace, that would be a variable cost. I want the council to be aware of that. But the engineering estimate is between 110 and 170 total cost, including engineering. It's
Madam President, this is Shan.
total cost. That's the engineering estimate, including engineering.
Madam President, can I ask a couple of questions or make comments?
It's on me now. Okay. That's between 110 and 170,000.
That's the engineering estimate.
So we're only asking the city for 75,000. Is that correct?
It would be my opinion, it could be as low as that. but it would most likely be more than that. There's no way we're going to know until you do the job, because you can't see what the sub base is going to look like till you remove it down to that point.
So what we need to do, as Mayor Gully said, let us get an accurate number as to how much is in that fund. But it could be as low as 75,000 too.
Plus, I would recommend, if the council decides to move forward with the project, let's go ahead and bid it and bring a solid number back to the council.
Councilors, you heard Mr. Gilbert. Are there any questions and or concerns?
No, Madam Chair,
Yes,
just one. I do think that's a good idea to bid it and see what it comes back. And on the note that the mayor said, he said 126. Now we haven't, and I'm just stating 180 because that was told to us by the finance director about a month ago.
Right.
Now we haven't approved anything else to be out of that. So I'm hoping it's still 180. I don't know where the 126 came from. But that's all. I'm just going by what I heard. So from her.
Yes, sir, Mayor Gully. Yes, sir, Mayor Gully. Okay.
I heard 126, just like Councilman Matthews heard 180. So,
okay, we're waiting on you to get with the finance committee, finance director, and bring us back the accurate amount that is in the TIFT funding.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for record and also for sake of knowledge for myself, as far as the TIP funds, those funds are utilized for what purposes?
Mayor Gully, you and or Councilor Matthews can answer that question.
Back in May I?
Yes, sir.
Back in, I think it was 1998, the TIF district was incorporated in down by exit 108 that encompasses all what you see on the map. At the time, the county didn't like it, didn't welcome it, but we went ahead and did it anyway because that's a tax that's put on. I think it's over with now, but that money still is there. I don't think we hadn't enacted another TIF since then, and that one has been. I think it went through it stopped in 2020. Am I right, Attorney Pate?
This TIF district goes through, I think it's September 30th of 24.
Oh, 24. Okay. Well, I'm cutting it off 4 years through.
It may be 23. It may be September 30th of 23, but it's either 23 or 24. I could look at the document.
Right. But anyway, that was put on. That tax, the people in that area is taxed from a different tax. It doesn't go to the county. It comes straight to the city, and we do improvements with that money within that district.
Okay, so that's basically down in a certain area that those funds could be utilized.
What you see on the map, what's highlighted in the map from Alabama Splash all the way back around to Academy Drive.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Council Matthews, and also thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. So it's my understanding that we're going to allow the bidding of this project, and we're going to ask Mayor Gully to get us a accurate amount that's in the TIF fund. And then we'll come back and we'll decide whether or not we're going to move forward and or go from there. Is that what I'm hearing from this body? Is that what I'm hearing from this body?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Madam President, this is Shane.
Yes, sir.
All right, so my understanding is what you'll need at the next meeting is a resolution
Yes, sir.
authorizing the bidding of this project.
Yes, sir.
And then if I'm hearing this correctly, the city is agreeing to pay up to 50% basically, and the owners down there are paying up to 50%. Is that what I heard?
He didn't give in a percentage. He gave a dollar amount. They
Right,
wanted
but-
the city to pay 75,000 of the 133,341. And it may come in less than that. Is that correct? It may come in less than that.
All right. And so if I could get Mr. Thistle to get with Mr. Gilbert and get us the names of the owners that are going to participate in this so that we have that also.
Yes, sir.
Before we agree to construct it.
Yes, sir. I'll have Mr. Gilbert. Did you hear that? They'll get that to you, Attorney Payton. Thank you all so much, and I do apologize for the long wait, but this is planning session. You all have a good day now. Number 11, please.
Item 11, Emmett.
Counselor Crusoe and Attorney Harris, do you have information for this body to discuss?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Alexander.
Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Alexander. I'm looking at Crusoe. I'm sorry, Counselor Alexander.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Harris, are you on the line? All we did was have to move the dates up by a week. That was the final say last council meeting. Attorney Harris?
Can you hear him? Let me turn mine down. I'm going to mute myself and turn my computer down. Okay.
Council, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Very well. You asking me?
Go ahead. Yeah, can you go ahead? The only update we needed to do was the dates on everything. So did you move the dates up a week, right?
I moved the dates to the last date, and I can do it if we need to make a change in it right here. It would only take a minute or two just to change it. But the notice of the advertisement for the RFP would start on April 14th, which is tomorrow. I can advance all of these dates in just a matter of minutes, and it would start on the next week, but everything will still stay in the
So
same.
we're voting next week. We're gonna vote next week. So we need to have the dates set in stone by next week.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
Madam President. Do we have the dates ready?
They will be ready. They will be ready.
Can we get that done today with the dates, please, Attorney
Yes.
Harris?
You can.
Thank you.
You want to turn that computer off? Call. Okay. Where is?
Madam President.
Okay. Who am I speaking with? I'm sorry.
Very good.
Mayor Gully?
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
It is still.
Mayor Gully, you're fading in and out.
This is still my opinion that this is the mayor's appointment. And at this particular point, I don't know how, and so you all can do a RFP when we have not decided or it's clear from a legal standpoint who appointment and so this is. You know, you can move forward with whatever you like as the mayor and administrator, and I'm not going to recognize that until we know for sure whose appointment and so this is. Now I'm stating this for the record, and we can move and so forward, and you move forward anyway, and so you so choose. But it's my position at this particular time. Nobody has presented and so anything definitively that says that this is an appointment of the mayor versus an appointment of the city council. So with that said, I mean, now we have two lawyers here with two differences of opinions.
My opinion is the Supreme Court opinion, Coachman versus and of the city of Fairfield. I don't know who your this body's opinion and stuff is, but until that's clarification, I find it very, very difficult that we could be sitting here talking about days to do an RFP on something that you don't even know whether it's your appointment or not.
Thank you, Mayor Gurley.
Thank you.
Attorney Harris. One moment, Councilor Alexander. Attorney Harris.
Councilor, it has not.
Can you all hear him?
Okay.
If you can, okay, go ahead, Councilor. Attorney Harris.
I'm not of the opinion, Madam President, that there is definitive authority that points to this matter, but I do believe that from my research and all, that it is the council's appointment. I understand that on the other side of the city attorney believes that, opines that it's the mayor's appointment.
So with that being said, we're divided here in the middle. Suggestion, Attorney Harris.
Madam President, we didn't hear a word he said.
You didn't hear him?
No, ma'am.
I couldn't hear him well.
You couldn't hear him?
I could hear him mumbling.
Oh, okay. Carlton, will you see what's going on over here for me, please? I do apologize. I thought you all heard him.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, let me turn myself down. Hold on.
Yeah. My statement, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My statement was, Council, that it is true that the lawyers here, myself and Mr. Payton, we disagree upon which entity has the power to appoint this agent. The only choice we have is to go forward or to seek some opinion of some higher authority. But there is no parent authority, in my opinion, out there that clearly defines this matter, other than there's a case that has hinted upon it, but I don't think that is definitive.
I would, Madam President, this is Shane, I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Harris on that the Scott First Coachman case.
He disagrees.
Unless the legislature has given specific appointing authority to a council, the appointing authority lies with the mayor, and that is the position set forth in Scott First Coachman. Thank you.
Well, Councilor, it is either to submit this question to some authority, or we'd have to proceed, and perhaps it would eventually is going to end up there anyway, into some kind of the.
When we say, can you all hear me?
Let it end up there.
Okay, when you say submitted to some authority, what are we talking about? Submitted to some authority? Are we speaking of going to court with it, or what are we speaking of now? Because I am actually tired of going around and around and around in a circle. What are we talking about at this point in time, Attorney Harris?
Yes, we're talking about either submitting the question to the Alabama Attorney General or filing a declaratory judgment action in the circuit court to get some clarity.
Is there anything out there as far as an AG's opinion that would apply to this situation that we have right here in the city of Bessemer?
I'm not aware of an existing AG opinion. This issue appears to be novel.
So if it's not an existing AG's opinion, the only stance that we have is to take it to court. Is that correct?
There or to the Attorney General.
If there or the Attorney General.
Yes.
In order to get some clarity.
That's right.
Or Madam President, this is Shan, or to accept that the holding of the Supreme Court of the state of Alabama and Scott First Coachman is applicable law in this instance.
Attorney Harris?
Well, we that's one of the points we disagree upon.
Councilors.
Madam Chair.
Just one moment, Councilor. Marshall, I will recognize you.
Okay.
You've heard both attorneys, Attorney Harris and Attorney Payton, and you've heard Mayor Gully, myself, as well as the committee that made their recommendation. Are there any concerns and or questions? Councilor Marshall.
Yeah, I'm back to the same thing, where's the real definitive authority? And number two, what is the real advantage of making any change? The AMIC does not pay any different percentage regardless of who the agent of record is. So the advantage, and number two, who has the actual authority. And it seems the only thing that we've got out there that has some credence or standing has been a ruling by the Supreme Court in the Coachman case, that appointment authority in instances such as this go to the mayor. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Attorney Alexander. Counselor Alexander.
Madam Chair, as you know, the council is over insurance, which is healthcare insurance, and we're over real property. Now, my thing is, why wouldn't we be over the insurance with the real property? I just can't understand that. And I feel like we shouldn't get an AG's opinion. We just need to go to court and just handle this in court if it goes to that. Because I'm tired of going around in circles. It's been going on for 2 years. We've had this discussion for 2 years, and today, all of a sudden, it's in the mayor's opinion that we don't move forward, or if we want to move forward, then it's going to be some type of repercussion as far as in the court system. I say we go move forward with the RFP, and if we have to go to court, we just go to court and we let the judge decide. Or a jury.
Madam President.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, Mayor Gully.
The mayor's position has not changed since the beginning of this discussion. I've stated my opinion several times. Now, Councilor Alexander and myself can agree on one thing. And so, yes, if there's a declaratory judgment needed and we need something to go to court, then so be it. Let's do it. I heard Councilor Matthews says and stuff earlier and stuff said do it. So, you know, why if that's the case, we would at least and stuff know and stuff definitively whose appointment and stuff this is.
Yes, sir. And that's the point right there. That is the point. Attorney Harris.
Yes, ma'am.
A declaratory judgment. The steps, when we start the steps, one, Attorney Payton. Do we need a vote and or a resolution to start the steps to a declaratory judgment so that we can find out whether it is the mayor's appointment or it is the council's appointment? At least we'll have it on paper and we can pass it on to the next council years on down the line. And they won't have to go through this for another 2 years, what we've gone through. We can pass it on. Now, to start that declaratory judgment, Attorney Harris, what's the steps?
Excuse me. We're taking a resolution.
Can they can't hear you. They can.
Yes, Councilor. It would take a vote of the council, a resolution authorizing the filing of such a thing and defining the issue.
And we'll file that where?
Circuit Court of this county.
So, Madam President, this is Shannon. I think it'd be helpful for Greg and I to discuss this because I'm trying to figure out who the parties would be. You know, in this, because if you don't mind, let us look at that and see. And Greg, I'll be happy to talk to you about it this afternoon to determine, you understand what I'm saying, how we would frame it. So I think we may need to research that issue on declaratory judgments as to who are the parties.
We will, Attorney Harris, if it's this body, if it's the consensus of this body to give it, Ms. Taylor, can you hear me without a echo?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, good. Attorney Harris and Attorney Payton will get together this week and give us some research so that we can have it to discuss on Tuesday, the 20th, so that we don't have to keep putting this on the agenda and keep going down this dead end road. We'll go ahead and get some, we'll go ahead and get what we need from a higher court. And we can give it to, have it on record here with the city of Bessemer. And that will be for public's eyes. Now, do we need to go ahead with this RFP and or do we need to start with this declaratory judgment? Attorney Harris.
I think it may be best that we see if there's a possible resolution as the city attorney suggested by us arguing the matter to see if there's a conclusion. Otherwise, if you move forward with this, I suspect that the mayor's office is going to file a deed judgment anyway.
And if they file a deed judgment, we're still back in the same place. That means we're in court.
That's right.
If we go ahead with a declaratory judgment.
Madam President, we didn't hear his comment at all. If you're on, he's off. If you're off, he's on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and mute myself, Attorney Harris, so that they can
Councilor, you was, as you was suggesting, if we got together, I think if we move forward, of course, we'll have to wait and see, but I believe from listening to the city attorney, what he's saying is if we move forward, that office is likely to file a lawsuit, declaratory judgment anyway. So either way we go, I think we're headed in that direction if the council is going to move forward with this AMIC matter.
So either way we go, we're going to end up in civil court.
Unless we can agree, unless there's agreement between the parties.
So, and what I'll talk to Greg about, and I don't mind saying it here, is what I think is those that pass the resolution and are in favor of the resolution would actually be the filers of the DJ and authorize you as city council attorney to file the DJ action. And I think the mayor would be the defendant. And I don't know if there were any councilors that didn't vote, whether they would be defendants or not, but the mayor would be. That's what we have to work through. So I think, and you hear what I'm saying, Greg? Does that make sense?
I hear you.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So either way, if we give dates today and start on this RFP today, either way, we're going to end up across the street.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I just think the prudent thing to do is to get the definitive word in terms of whose authority it is before you do any of this other stuff, because it could end up being Tenor. That's my opinion.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Marshall.
No, I have finished. I was okay.
We're not going to know who's the definitive, what's definitive in this case, because you have one attorney that says it's the mayor and the other attorney says it's the council. I truly want to get to the bottom of it, whomever it is, the mayor or the council.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Well, I concur with Councilor Marshall. Why don't we see whose court the ball in first? Because like you say, either way, we're going to end up. So why don't we just go on into it and see whose authority it is? And then that way, if it says the council authority, then we move. Says if it's the mayor, then we don't move. I'm just, rather than us doing anything.
Yeah, I agree with you, Counselor. I think we spent enough time on this.
Oh yeah, we have. We spent enough time on this.
Let's just go on and get the attorneys to get together and move forward And whichever court it lands in, it lands there, and a decision comes out, and then we deal with it from there.
Thank you so much, counselors. Attorney Harris, Attorney Payton,
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Payton.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you and Attorney Harris will get together and what is supposed to come out of that meeting, Attorney Harris?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to issue out to see where.
Council, I believe what will happen, the two of us will get together and we'll argue our various points and we'll come up with some conclusion as really what's really left to do is, based on where this is going, is to decide what a complaint declaratory judgment looks like on the question, because that's what it looks like it's heading to me.
I would concur. And who are the parties? I think that'll be the issue that you and I need to discuss.
So when you come back to us on next Tuesday, that is what we'll be looking forward to.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilors, is that the consensus of this body?
That's fine.
Item number 12.
Item 12, Gus appointments.
Councilors, you have your resumes on, I'm sorry, on the people that sent in their resumes that was interested in becoming a member of the Gus body. That is Miss Gail Harris, Gail Brown Harris. You have Tasha Wynn Scott. You have Maurice Muhammad. We'll have a resolution ready on next week so that we can vote on who we're going to appoint to that open position. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Are you taking nominations at this point?
No, sir. We'll just, because we can't vote in this meeting.
No, just, well, to nominate, I don't know, attorney, if we're just nominating, I mean, we're not actually voting for the position. I mean, just clarify that for me.
No, sir. Well, I can let the attorney clarify that for you, but in my reading, Attorney Harris. Oh, I got it.
He's not on. I don't hear you.
You know, if there's a nomination, there could be no second, because we're not in a proper meeting to have to actually take a vote. So you'd be taking a nomination, but that be you could move past that. You just have nominations and no second, you wouldn't have any movement. So.
Greg,
okay.
Shane, I think it would be better just to handle it in a city council meeting, because I wouldn't do nominations and appointments regarding that now. Just do it next Tuesday all at once, like we normally do on appointments.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Thank you so much, Councilor Marshall. Item number 13, please.
Item 13, reopening of municipal buildings and parks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. We have several parks and or municipal buildings that we're going to discuss reopening. One, discuss resuming in-person council and planning meeting with the public attendance and participation. 2, discuss reopening civic center. 3, discuss reopening recreation center. 4, discuss reopening golf course party meeting room. I don't think that room has ever been closed. And discuss opening city parks. Councilors, Councilor Marshall. I'll let you start that.
Madam President, I'd
Yes,
just like to
sir.
make a notation. I'd just like to make a correction to a comment that you just made.
Yes, sir.
The golf course clubhouse was closed at the same time that the resolution closed the civic center and all other buildings.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Gurley, for that correction. Councilor Marshall, will you start that discussion?
Yeah, I'll be glad to. Madam President, I thought, and that's the list of items that I requested on the agenda. I thought the very most important thing to me was getting back in the live environment so that the public can actually come to the meetings and be present in the audience. And my thinking is that, you know, we've got the Civic Center, which is, of course, is large enough to do the social distancing and doing all those kind of things that the Jefferson County Health Department would recommend that we do to be in a position to do that, and would look at, of course, working through the mayor's office and the staff at the Civic Center to have the room situated so it meets all of those standards. I would see that also with even when it comes to, you know, renting it out for parties, you know, having all of those guidelines in place. And then the room at the golf course, having, you know, similar kind of rules in terms of occupancy and so forth. The rec center, you know, is a different issue, a different animal, and would also have some guidelines to govern that. And of course, you know, we just have to look at what would be 1, 2, 3, or if they kind of happen, you know, within a week of each other or whatever. But I'd like to see us particularly move forward on the meeting again in person. And I guess I'd like to ask the attorney, do we do this by a resolution, or is this something based upon what the governor has been talking about expiring in May that would just allow us to go back in that environment? Attorney, could you answer that for me?
So, Madam President, this is Shan. As I understand it, the governor's executive order expires on May the 7th. So as long as the executive order declaring us in a state of an emergency is in effect, you can have Zoom meetings. But the minute she lifts that order, the ability to do Zoom meetings end. And my understanding is, unless anything changes, that executive order will terminate on May the 7th. That's what I'm understanding now.
Okay, so when would, go ahead, Councilor Matthews, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's just one, and that is correct what Attorney Payton said, that it will end then, but until then, we still have to do Zoom meetings. And we worked pretty hard, Pastor Rogers and the environmental safety team at New Bethlehem. And what we done, we met prior to, we had several meetings prior to opening up in-person church worship. And I think whatever we open up, I think we need to have some type of my opinion, that we should do some guidelines, have our guidelines in place before we open up. Then when we open up, the guidelines are there. And I think that's the approach we need to take. At a minimum, have some type of guideline, because you say this, just say if you say this Civic Center or the Rec Center open up tomorrow, well, when you're going to have the guidelines in place to regulate the social distance, or if we're going to require masks in government-owned buildings until a time certain, a date certain. So I think there needs to be some conversation before we just open up. That's just what I think.
I think you're correct, Councilor Matthews, no question about it. And I think that's what we need to do. if going back to open meetings is number one priority, then let's set a target date that allows enough time for all of the guidelines, all of the, whatever we need to do to be prepared and to be safe and going back in that meeting environment. And we need to do that for each one of our facilities, and whatever needs to be done for the park, have an established date to reopen or go back in the buildings, and then have all of the guidelines ready to do that.
Now with the parks, the outside parks and the fresh air, I think we can open those up because they're already open. They're already out practicing. They're already out having games. They're already out doing everything that they were doing prior to us closing, and it's in open air. And I think the parks will be okay. But I think what you spoke of, Councilor Matthews, with us having meetings to get the guidelines, why don't we just do a committee? And Councilor Marshall, if you would chair that committee, along with Councilor Matthews and Crusoe, bring us back some guidelines and opening up. I have no problems with opening up the city parks. I have no problem with that. Outside, I have no problems. But my problem comes in when we have to congregate on the inside. If you look at your numbers now, we have spiked. We've spiked here in Jefferson County, and we were told that we were going to spike because of the AEA, the break right there. We were told that we were going to spike. And I hear a lot of people speak of we don't have as many negative positive cases. I'm sorry. Well, we don't have as many positive cases because if you all recognize, we're not doing as much testing. Everything now is about vaccine. We're not doing enough testing. So if we're not doing testing, how can you get positive and or negative? So I would ask this committee, which would be chaired by Councilor Marshall, Matthews, and Crusoe, you all get together, get us some guidelines and regulations for soft openings and or opening of the municipal buildings. And will you all bring that back to this body? And if we have to call a special meeting, which be fine, but if you can, you all bring that back to this body on next week?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
sir.
want to make one other observation and
Yes, sir.
and direct this to the mayor. Mayor Gully. Mayor.
I see him, but I think he's muted.
Yes, Councilman Marshall.
I mean, I was not thinking that it was really necessary for a committee. I mean, we've got a director for each facility, and each one of those directors should be able to make contacts with the health department and to be able to walk through if sanitation needs to be done for the buildings first. And so I mean, how do you feel about your directors being able to do that, Mayor?
Councilman Marshall, I think the director at each one of those facilities are competent and it's up to do necessary guidelines, and I think they already have. And so, to be honest and so with you, now in listening, I was thinking that now if there was something that that body, in addition to what they already do, and so wanted and stuff to look at or debate, that's what I was looking at. But we've had guidelines, obviously, at each one of those facilities since since COVID and stuff began.
So thank you, Mayor. So, Madam Chair, I would really suggest if the mayor and his directors have that information, is that they are able to provide that to us so that we as a council might review the information and then make a move forward from there.
Thank you, Councilor Marshall. Councilors, are there any concerns and or questions?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
This is more so a question. After the ruling from the governor, does that, I guess, rob or take away our right as on a municipal level to decide what we choose to do concerning the municipal buildings or the parks and things of that sort, or do we still have some leverage in the decision-making process for the here in the city of Bessemer?
To my knowledge, you still have some, you still have leverage with the face covering here in the city of Bessemer. And what she stated was to use common sense.
Okay. I'm okay concerning the leverage that I'm speaking in terms of being it that if we choose to open up the golf course or open up the parks, do we still have the authority to say, as far as with the city hall or the Bessemer Civic Center or things of that sort, do we still have the leverage as far as in this deciding to continue to have those closed?
Madam
Attorney
President.
Payne? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Councilor Crusoe.
Yes, sir.
When it relevant to municipal buildings, you all will have the authority and so to do whatever the council so chooses, with obviously a vote of the council when it comes to municipal buildings, whether to open up municipal buildings, keep municipal buildings closed, open up parks, so forth and so on. That would be the same way that we did a resolution. You all did a resolution when you when the pandemic first started. You could do a resolution to open and close or whatever you so choose when it comes to municipal buildings.
Did that answer your question, Councilor Crusoe?
Yes, ma'am. It was just, the way that the statement was being made concerning, awaiting the governor's decision, as if, we didn't have any more authority on a municipal level as to making that decision. But yes, ma'am, it kind of reaffirmed and confirmed my initial thoughts. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Now, councilors, with opening up the parks, what are your thoughts about opening up the parks effective on April 20th?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as with the parks, I don't have a problem with the parks at all. I still have reservation in regard for the safety of the citizens as well as myself when it comes to the buildings. Thank you.
Councilors? The reason I'm asking because I have been asked several times if the city council would open up the parks.
Are you talking about outdoor parks?
I'm speaking of outdoor parks, the Biden-Laban Park, the Rec Center Park, Carver Park, McNeil Park, Southside Community Park.
Has anybody really been staying out of the parks?
No, sir, no one has not been staying out of the park, no.
And I know we have to, and I'm like, I agree, because McNeil, it'd be heavy, and all the other parks do too.
Yes, sir.
But I guess we'll be doing it just for just for formality, saying that, hey, we did open it up, and because if granted, if someone got hurt out there, then if they came and say, well, the city, we wouldn't be liable because we told you it wasn't open. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, get hurt on some type of equipment or something. But I have no problem with the outdoor park because, granted, we got laws on the books about fireworks. So, but that's a whole different animal. But yeah, outdoor parks, that's not a problem. And I think we need to just really be cautious on indoor more so than outdoor.
Right.
That's all.
So is it the consensus of this body to open up all outdoor parks in the city of Bessemer via resolution on Tuesday of next week?
Yes.
Yeah, just get a resolution. Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Harris, can we have that resolution today so we can, Miss Taylor will have it. I'm sorry, Miss Coleman will have that resolution. And we'll look forward to hearing from the mayor's office on the municipal buildings. Is that correct?
Yeah, on what type of criterias have they that they already have in place, Madam Chair, whether it's social distancing or what have you. I think we need the occupancy of each. That's one of the main challenges that I have been experienced with. As large as New Bethlehem is, seating capacity of 1,700, we could only have 255 in the church on a given Sunday. So I was just trying to give you an example of how we derived that 255, and that's with 6 feet social distancing. If the CDC or whoever cuts it down to 3 feet, then that's something different. But I think total capacity in any building would be something that all departments will look at.
And Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And then I would, as a final statement, ask the mayor, of course, and he said most of his department heads are probably all have already guidelines in place. And I'm sure that they've been monitoring and working off guidelines of CDC or Jefferson County, would be able to then perhaps give us a date that we could, go back into the buildings, for example, for our first in-person meeting and or opening the rec center or opening any of the facilities that we've talked about. They could give us a tentative date where we should be able to meet all the guidelines and then go back in person and do whatever we need to do in the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, counselors. So we'll open up the parks effective April 20th, 2021. That resolution is being prepared as we speak. We'll vote on it on next week, and we'll look to hear from the mayor on next week as well. Is that correct, Mayor Gurley? Yes. Yes, sir, Councilor Matthews.
I guess to ask Council Marsh, you say a tentative or a recommended?
Well, a recommended date.
Okay. That sounds good. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Recommended. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
all
you
right, you're welcome.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say, even if we open them up, we have the right to come back if things change and close them back down.
That's right.
So we can keep that in mind. Let's
Yes,
try, let's move forward, see what we've got, and then hopefully we won't have to shut it back down.
Prayerfully we won't, Councilor Thigpen, prayerfully we won't. Item number 14, Ms. Taylor.
Item 14, CDBG Action Plan, fiscal year 2021.
Councilors, do you have that action plan in you should have it in your packets. Are there any questions and or concerns? I do have one question. I have one concern, councilors. I'm truly concerned about that administrative fee. We're paying more out in administrative fees than we're giving to the citizens. That's my concern. But we can't, that administrative fee can be cut. It does not have to be up to 20%. It's just recommended that it's up to 20%. It does not have to be. Are there any more questions and or concerns, councilors?
Madam President.
Yes, sir, Mayor Gurley.
That is incorrect.
the 20% administrative fee, and so it's a federal guideline.
Does it not read up to, Mayor Gully? Or is recommended that it is 20%? It is a federal guideline, but does it not read up to and or it could be used?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, Mayor Gully. Thank you, sir. Councilors, I would ask that you read over your, I would ask that you read and that there are a lot of things that we can reallocate and reappropriate.
Madam Chair.
I can't hear either of you.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilor Alexander.
I just had a question, like the emergency housing grants. How many of those did we do for the fiscal year of last year or the year before? And the housing delivery costs?
Well, that will be a question that you have to ask Mayor Gully and Mr. Ward and or Norris. With the pandemic, I don't think that we did any, but you would have to ask Mayor Gully, Mr. Norris and or Mr. Ward that question. Mr. Norris, I see that you're on the line. Can you answer?
Madam President, this is Abraham Ward.
Hey, Mr. Ward, I didn't see you on the line. How are you?
I'm in the mayor's office.
Okay.
Let's go back for in our paper that we did about between 18 of our grants. Normally we're between 20 to 25 emergency grants. Even though we had the pandemic, we still was able to do 18 grants last year for our senior citizens.
The emergency grants or just the housing rehabilitation grants?
The emergency grants is one and the same, all grants.
Okay, so it's the same thing, okay. And did we do any business grants last year?
No, we did not. We don't do business grants.
Oh, this is the house, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Is there any more additional questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as far as with these bus shelters, I've asked this question before. When we keep allocating $50,000 annually, well, every time the CDB or action plan comes across, and I haven't seen anything. Maybe it's in a different part of the city. Can you tell me, Mr. Ward, or whoever can provide me with the correct information, where has $50,000 been utilized as far as in with the bus shelters?
Councilman Crusoe, part of our planning for these federal dollars, we do an action plan. Those dollars allocated. We go back to fiscal year 2020. Those funds do not come till late into the year. As of right now, none of those funds been allocated to any activities. So
okay,
this is a 2021 year. Those funds have not been allocated. So we plan on a yearly allocation amount. This is an allocation for 2021 program year.
Yes, sir. And this was also a line item, and also the amount on the 2020. So from we've used the funds from 2020. Am I not correct?
You're incorrect, Councilman. Those funds is activity that's allocated. Those funds have not been spent yet. Only thing that must be spent in a program year is administrative costs. Those line items is in each budget year. So nothing's been spent out of 2020 for bus shelters yet. Zero.
Okay, for 2019, do we still have funds from 2019?
In other activities, not with bus shelter. Bus shelter was only 20 activity and projected 21 activity. So we don't have any, there was no dollars allocated in prior year funding for bus shelter, Councilman.
Okay, that wasn't concerning the bus shelter. My question was, as far as 2019, are there any more funds left out of CDBG funds for 2019?
You stand corrected. There is some funds that have not been allocated for 2019 that's still out there in our plans. Yes, ma'am. There's still some funds out there.
Okay, is there any way we could be provided the information of what funds that still left that have not been utilized from any previous allocations as it relates to CDBG funds? Can that be provided to the council, please?
That's no problem. Get in contact with the mayor's office. I'd be more than willing to provide that documentation to you all. Yes.
We're here now. I'm making the request now. The mayor's office is present. I'm making the request now.
Again, I understand Council Crusoe, but it's the process between Mayor's Council Act. If something like that comes from you to the mayor then give it to me.
Okay, but, Mayor Gully. Thank you so much, Mr. Ward. Mayor Gully.
No, the mayor's out right now. He stepped out.
Madam Chair, I have one more question.
Let me know when he returns so I can make sure I make the request, okay?
Yes, ma'am, Council Crusoe.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
It said we also, for the allocation for this year, you also have 2.4 million in available section 108 borrowing authority. What is that? What are they talking about?
That's the allocation that if the city want to utilize, apply for section 108 is available through federal dollars. That is not at our disposal right now. We don't have it available.
And with this, you told me with this funding here, we don't do, it's set to improve economic development by encouraging business development and job creation. So we don't do the business grants or anything?
Currently, right now, we have suspended any business loans at this point. In addition to our housing loans, we're not doing any housing loans or business loans at this time.
When was the last time we did a business loan?
That was probably was 20, yeah. So we're not done it in this program year. So I think it was 20, maybe early 20 we did, or 2019. So we're not doing any business loans in fiscal year 2020. So I think
so 2019. You said 2019 was the last time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Now I provided information to y'all in the caper that we did. I provided this body with a caper that outlined everything we did for the in my caper. So I don't mind meeting with y'all if we have to. We'll go back through that. But right now, what you have before you right now is our 2021 action plan that we started advertising back in February of this year. We have already done our meetings. We have a public comment period. We bring it to this body today, so y'all can be familiar with it, so we can get it on next week's agenda, so we can get this approved to HUD.
And we move expeditiously on what y'all choose to move on.
No, Councilman, this was out to you all back in February. We've had several meetings that we invited, so this is not a heard one thing right now, Councilman. We again, we always do this every year in February with a plan. We ask that y'all come in and give your comments, concerns, how you want these funds allocated. It is not a rush to act right now, Councilman. No way.
Yes, sir. I mean, you're saying it's not a rush to act. I mean, you just said that this has been presented here in planning session to also be back next week with a resolution for us to vote on. That is, contrary to some of the other things that we've discussed in this very planning session that has lasted a year and 2 years. But like I said, when it comes down to these CDBG funds and things, I guess that it has a little more precedence. I guess a little higher on the totem pole for certain individuals. I mean, we tend to get this paperwork done within days. So I mean, but that's not necessarily to you, Mr. Ward. I'm still waiting on Mayor Gully to return so I can direct my question to him.
The mayor's back in, Councilman Cruz. So
okay,
you can address
Mayor Gully. Yeah, sure, Mayor Gully.
Madam President.
She stepped out, Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Pro Tem. Yes.
Not Madam Pro Tem.
Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
My apologies. Yes, sir. What's your question,
The
Council
question
Crusoe?
was, while you were away,
Mhm.
I asked Mr. Ward, he concerning whatever funds that we have, which were allocated in the 2019 action plan that he said, which were not utilized. I asked him, is it in a way that the council can be provided a printout of whatever funds that's still available that were which were not utilized? And he said that I would have to make that request to you. So I'm asking, is it any way that you could give them the permission or the authority to provide that information to the council as to what funds we still have left in CDBG funds from 2019?
Council Crusoe, if you would send me a request specifically asking for everything and stuff that you need, we'll do that.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions concerning the action FY 2021 action plan? Hey, Mr. Ward, if you're still there, on the lead testing, what type of procedures have been what's been done in that area lately? Is Mr. Ward still around?
I'm muted. Councilman Matthew?
Yeah, go ahead. I got a fire truck going by, so that's why I kind of muted myself.
We added in lead testing this year because we increased the amount of our grant from $5,000 to $7,500. And therefore this is being paid out of the lead test grant. Prior years, we did lead testing as part of the loan program. So now we have to help the housing, because we got an older population of houses. So you get into doing a huge bathroom renovation, there's possibility you evoke lead. So we decided not having the homeowner do it, we just paid as part of our grant. So this is something we've done, being in compliance with federal guidelines. We are doing the lead test as part of our grant.
Okay, that makes sense. And in other words, if they're trying to do some renovations, then they're going to absorb the cost of lead testing. So we are doing that, and then they can focus more on their additions or renovations. Am I correct?
That's correct, through our emergency grant program. Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Madam Chair, you're back now, and
yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, and due to calls I have to answer, and y'all have a good day, and we'll catch up with you all and what items I have on there, McCullough Road and Pipe Shop. I'll put that in writing and photos, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have a good day. Oh, and pray for my family. We have another family member that has passed, 37 years old. He was a pallbearer in the funeral on the last funeral last week. And so we got another one gone. So y'all take care. Be blessed.
All right. Have a good day now.
Thank you.
I think Councilor Collier had to leave the meeting as well. Item number 16, Ms. Taylor. Can you all hear me?
Go ahead, I hear you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilor Dunn, I'm here.
Okay, item number 16.
Yes, ma'am. Approval of voting delegate authorization form.
Councilors, it's about that time. Let us turn this form in on today. First, let me ask, how many of us are going? I know that Councilor Matthews and I. Are there any more councilors going?
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Crusoe, I'm going.
Councilor Alexander going.
I am still undecided. Big fan. I've got, a lot of things going. I don't know if I can do the walking yet. So
I understand. And we'll be glad when you have fully recovered.
Will be too. Thank you.
Councilor Crusoe, will you consider being a voting delegate?
I'll consider.
Councilor Alexander, will you consider being an alternate?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know Councilor Matthews said he didn't mind. So we have Crusoe, Alexander, and Matthews. Crusoe being the voting delegate, Alexander being the first alternate, and Matthews being the second alternate. Thank you all so much.
Madam President, Shan,
Yes, sir.
I think that you have to pass a resolution on that. I think.
Yes, sir. We'll have one ready for next week, ready to pass. Attorney Harris, you have that, a resolution for next week for our voting delegates. Item number 17, Ms. Taylor.
Item 17, a resolution mandating an extension of face covering till June 1st, 2021.
Councilors, we did hear what the governor stated, but we also know how the city of Bessemer and the county of Jefferson is looking. Does anyone of you oppose extending the face covering till June 1st? Till June 1st. I know Birmingham has extended theirs until the 24th or 28th. School system, the 28th of May. And I'm asking this body if they will consider extending their facial covering until the 1st of June.
Madam Chair, the only concern I have is that, if I read it correctly, is that we were trying to impose that upon business owners too, right? Their customers coming in, their employees and all of that.
That will be totally up to the business owner if they want it.
Yeah, and that's what I thought, but I thought I read in the resolution that it said something.
Which provision was that?
That's what I'm looking back, see if I can even find it. Yeah. Well, yeah, let me see. Let's count in the back. Thought I marked it, actually. Oh, yeah. Back here on page 6, be sure I didn't misread it. Section 5.
Page 6. Section 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Business owners, managers, supervisors shall ensure that all employees, customers, clients, and visitors observe the requirement for face covering or encourage. Yeah, that's what it reads to me, is that's saying business owners and customers.
Okay, read your next section right there, Councilor Marshall.
Okay, businesses are strongly encouraged to follow the current guidance from the Alabama Department of Public Health and relate safe operations, including guidance or regulations. That still doesn't change the first statement to me.
Down it says, this shall not be interpreted as requiring businesses to provide face coverings or masks to employees or authorizing any business that remains closed pursuant to an order of the state.
I see it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. So is it the consensus of this body that we will continue wearing the face mask until June 1st?
Hold up. Excuse me.
Yes, you want to do the resolution rather than voting, because it's like a vote again.
We'll do the resolution on next Tuesday.
Madam Chair.
It's a ordinance. Yes, sir. Yes, Councilor Marshall.
Let's read this last sentence again.
Let's read the last one.
This shall not be interpreted as requiring businesses to provide face coverings or masks to employees or authorizing any business that remain closed pursuant to an order of the state. This is saying providing face masking. It's not saying requiring the face mask, as the first part says the businesses are required to enforce customers and employees wearing face masks. This talks about providing face masks. So I see it as two different things.
Madam President, this is Shan. I think I would agree with Mr. Marshall. I think this ordinance requires face coverings in every building in the city and around the city. I think you'd have to limit it to municipal buildings if you didn't want to do.
Municipal buildings.
Right.
We'll look at this, and Attorney Payton, thank you, Councilor Marshall. Attorney Harris, we'll look at this and we will limit this to municipal buildings. And we'll bring it back before you on next week. It will be in your packet on this week. Thank you so much, Councilor Marshall. Item number 18, please.
Item 18 is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into purchase agreement with Thompson Lift Truck for Mitsubishi forklift for use by Bessemer Electric Service and Bessemer Water Service.
Mayor Gully, are you on the line? Or are you going to let Mr. Yarborough speak? He's here.
Madam President, yeah, I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. Jerry Yarborough and Attorney Payton and stuff on that.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me mute myself. Hold on, let me.
We can't hear Mr. Yarborough if he's speaking.
She's unmuting him and turning him back up. You all. Is he ready now?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. On item 18, our old forklift is totally wore out. It's 1999 forklift. So we want to go through the process of purchasing a new one. So that's what this resolution is all about for item 18. Do we have any questions on it? No. And we use this weekly.
You use this
Yeah,
forklift.
and we cannot find replacement parts for it. Is that for out of date?
Okay, you can't find replacement parts.
Mm-hmm.
Councilors, you have your resolution in your packets. What's your pleasure?
Madam Chair.
So Council, is it your pleasure to have this resolution, vote on this resolution on next week to replace this Mitsubishi forklift that we cannot find parts to? This is used weekly or several times a week, Mr.
Several times a week.
Attorney Payton, will you have a resolution ready for the council to vote on next week, replacing this forklift, please?
Yes, ma'am.
The next one is, item number 19, please.
A resolution authorizing mayor to enter into contract for purchase of a Kenworth Model T270 flatbed truck from the state.
That's you too, Mr. Yarborough?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is a similar situation, but this is flatbed truck. More than gone. Cash totals. Gonna be working on. So this is a vehicle that's water service. Used pretty much every other day. So we want to fix it.
So these will be bids on the state list?
We're gonna get these Sourcewell. This is pretty much the same.
I mean, we can't hear him. Madam Chair, we can't hear him.
They can't hear you. I can hear you, but they can't hear you.
Video. I mean, it had to be on, but okay.
There he is. Can you all hear him now?
You
Go
can
ahead and speak, Mr. Yarborough.
Okay, so did y'all hear what I said about the flatbed truck?
No, they didn't.
Okay, yeah, it's another vehicle that we got that is not operable, and we use it. The Bessemer Water Service use it pretty much every other day, every day. So we need to get it replaced. Yeah, now this is one where the motor's gone here. Engine rather.
How long has the truck been out of operation?
About 3 weeks.
Councilor Alexander, did you hear him? He said 3 weeks.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
That means y'all behind in work. McGully. McGully,
Yes, Madam President.
have we identified a source of funding for this forklift and this truck?
It's coming straight from our Bessemer Water General Funds and Bessemer Electric General Funds. Yeah.
I could have asked you, couldn't I? Thank you. Attorney Payton, councilors, are there any questions and or concerns? We don't want to hold up the progress of Bessemer Utilities. Attorney Payton, will we have a resolution on next week to vote on the truck and the forklift for Bessemer Utilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Yarborough. Item number 22, please.
Item 22, discussion on the property located at 2317 Dartmouth Avenue.
You gonna do 20 and 21?
I think I'm gonna do it because I think
He said no. He said he'll discuss that when he comes back on next week.
it was just Matthew.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Yarborough. I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor, item number 22.
Discussion on the property located at 2317 Dartmouth Avenue.
Councilors, you have an offer in your hand for that property at 2317 Dartmouth Avenue. Attorney Payton, what's the status of that property?
Yes, ma'am. This is a vacant house. It was foreclosed on by the city. The foreclosure amount was $46,630.06. And the tax assessed value was in your package. It looks like it says the tax assessed value is $75,900.
That house, if we look at it, the house is falling in from inside out, kitchen First, a tree fell on that house back some years, right after we foreclosed on it. If I'm not mistaken, we have been given an offer on that property. Is that correct? Attorney Payton?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like Pastor Kidd has made an offer of $10,000. It's dated February the 18th of 2021.
That property has not been declared surplus property. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. You could do that when you decided to sell it, or you could do that at a council meeting. Either way you wanted to do it.
Counselors, you have that information in your hand. I would like you all to look at that information instead of continuing to let the house go down. Pastor Kidd of Visionary Ministries has decided to take that property, put money into the property, and she has several families in her church that she will rent that property out to. Low-income families that she would rent that property out to, as she doing the property that's in the rear of her home. Now that house was in bad condition, but she took that house and turned that property around. And if you would see it now, you wouldn't know it was the same property. But I thank her for this program that she has. She's rehabbing properties for the less fortunate. And she's not just putting anything in these houses. I went into the house. I'm just now getting granite in my kitchen. And some of these houses have granite in the kitchen. They have carpet and ceramic floors. They have the amenities to make them want to live there, want to purchase their own home. So I thank Pastor Kidd for that. This is if I'm not mistaken, the fourth home that she's done like this. So counselors, I really wish that you would look at this property and consider her her offer on this property. I know what we say, and I know what we foreclosed on, and I know what they say this property is worth, but it's not worth that. Trust me, it's not worth that amount. Thank you, and we'll, is there any
Chair?
questions and or concerns? Counselor Crusoe?
Yes, and I agree with you. I mean, I would, recommend or suggest that any counselor take the time to go and look at this property. I mean, I see the foreclosed amount as well as the assessed amount that's, attached as well. And it doesn't come anywhere close to either one of those amounts. Also with Pastor Kidd, again, like you said, Madam Chair, that, I mean, it's a beautiful thing to see the vision that she and her congregation have as far as in coming together to invest in the city of Bessemer and rehab and rehash the community. Another thing, upon speaking to her concerning this, because I need some clarity. It's not so much as just revitalizing houses. These houses are served whereby the individuals who live in it is not so much as permanency, where they are being taught financial literacy. Some of the young ladies who have resided have been taught cooking, just life lessons as far as in how to be self-sufficient, even as far as in receiving assistance on going back to school, to put them in a place whereas they can transition off into their very own. And I mean, like I said, she's not coming to the city asking for any money. They're using their own resources to do this, and it helps with taking down some of the dilapidated houses or blight your properties here in the city of Bessemer, and in the same time, kind of regenerating or reintroducing or introducing some of the citizens into a productive lifestyle. So I mean, I think that this is a wonderful program that they have going on, and I truly am appreciative of her and her congregation keeping the vision here locally with the citizens here in the city of Bessemer. So again, I would highly recommend and suggest that if you need to have the time or even take the time to go by and look at this property. Even the one that she's out that they've already revitalized, and I think that you all have a great interest as far as in allowing her to transition her vision over to this property as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Crusoe. We will, after you all have looked at this, we will place it back on the agenda for next week for a vote to make this property surplus and or vote up or down to sell it to her at that price. Item number 23, please. I'm sorry, item number 20 and 21 will be tabled until next week. Item number 23, please.
Item 23 is a discussion on property located at number 2, 19th Street North.
Councilors, for those of you who did not know, this is the Botane building at number 2, 19th Street North. Attorney Payton.
Yes, ma'am. There have been 2 or 3 people contact the city wanting to purchase this property, and one of those is Mr. Botane, who is partnered with another gentleman that owns a business in Bessemer. But since there's some interest in this piece of property, I thought we'd bring it to the council and see what procedure they wanted to go through regarding selling this property.
Excuse me, did I hear you say that the previous owner was interested in the property as well?
Yes, with another partner.
And this property here, that restaurant, they received money from the city of Bessemer. Am I correct? Like, then we help purchase this building for them?
So Mr. Boateng was not on the loan. Okay, so when you say he was, I believe he worked there. But I'm just let you know that he was not on the loan, and he has another individual with him that wants to purchase it. There are 2 other people that want to purchase it also. So what I'm asking you to do is set forth some procedure for allowing people to make offers on the building so that you can sell it.
Let me get some clarity, because I truly need to get some clarity, because I inquired about that building maybe a year ago. So what you're saying is this: Mrs. Botane was on the loan, and we helped her get the building. Is that correct? And Mr. Botane just worked in the building. Is that what I'm hearing?
The entity that was foreclosed on was a Botane Cajun Creations LLC, I believe. I'd have to look at the mortgage foreclosure deed.
Well, I mean, Madam Chair, I mean, it's on the paperwork that you provided to us. It's not that hard. I mean, it's being assessed to Miss Carolyn Botang. It's on the paperwork right here.
But when you asked me, the question was, who was the loan for? And what I can tell you is, I don't know who exactly was on the loan right at this particular moment. I can tell you on the foreclosure deed, the entity that borrowed the money, I believe was Boateng Creations LLC. Give me 1 second and I will pull that deed and I'll read it out for you.
Yes, sir.
My thing is, I'm sorry, Madam President. My thing is, we're going to keep regurgitating and keep giving the same businesses money. I mean, we can't always fund their business. I mean, I'm tired of funding businesses in the city of Bessemer with the same owners, but different business names.
So
I want someone to succeed that's gonna come in and run a business, and we help out because we're just a stepping stone, and we don't have to help out again. I'm not looking to keep funding different business ventures with the same parties.
So this would not be a funding opportunity. This would be a sale of this piece of property. So what I would see is that the city would declare it surplus and sell it for cash, not sell it and grant a loan, but sell it for cash.
So we
Great.
wouldn't recoup any of our loan back from the last sale. Is that what you're saying?
My hope would be that you would be able to sell it for more than $170,869. I don't know that you could, but my hope would be that you could and recoup the money back from that loan.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
the property, I'm trying to understand, we have two different assessments here. One for 31,000 and one for 102,000. The property was foreclosed for 170, which is over like 40 something, I don't have a calculator before me, which is nearly $40,000 more. So we're expecting somebody else to come in and to pay the surplus of $40,000 beyond the value of which the property has been assessed to recoup the funds back to the city of Bessemer on the behalf of somebody else who defaulted on their loan. Is that what I'm gathering from what was just stated?
I'm not expecting anything. I mean, the offers will be what the offers will be.
What I'm saying is, when it comes to real estate, offers are mainly made around for what the value of the property. If it's been foreclosed at 170 and the property has been assessed at nearly, we'll just say roughly $133,000. You're looking at nearly almost $38,000 over the market value.
Over the tax assessed value. That whether that is market value or not, I don't know. I'm not arguing with you over this. I don't know. I don't know.
It's not I'm not arguing either, Attorney Payton. We're just trying to make it make sense. That's all we're doing right here. This is definitely not an argument. We're just looking at numbers.
All right, so I found the deed, the mortgage foreclosure deed, which is recorded at the courthouse. So this is not private information. It is recorded at the courthouse. Was in the name of Carolyn Hadley Boateng individually, and Boateng's Cajun Creation Restaurant LLC. That was the person that obtained the mortgage from the city of Bessemer. It looks like from here, the original principal amount of the mortgage was $238,000 and the foreclosure amount was $170,869.08.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Another question, and I guess you could assist me with this, Attorney Payton or Mayor Gully. From the utility standpoint, I remember when I was working down at Bessemer Utilities, we had an ordinance in place, the family ordinance, whereby if an aunt, cousin, relative, nephew, uncle, sister left a utility bill, if another relative moved into that property, those previous utility bills would have to be satisfied before we turning on services for another family member. Is that ordinance still in place at Bessemer Utilities?
To my knowledge and stuff, yes, Council Crusoe, that ordinance and stuff is still in place. Madam President.
Yes, sir, Counselor. I'm sorry. Yes, sir, Mayor Kelly.
I simply like to interject into this. If there's three entities that are interested in the purchase and stuff of the facility, it's incumbent upon us, I guess, to set the price at whatever the city so chooses. And if it's 175,000 or if it's 200,000 to recoup whatever you have in the facility. Now, we're discussing one individual, but we have two other individuals that are interested in the purchase of the building as well. And since the city is not like we're proposing and stuff to give any money, so why would it matter and stuff to us at this particular time if Mr. Botangs and a partner come with a cash value price to purchase the building back? We'll be recouping what the city has put in the building when the sale is finalized.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mayor Gully. My concern has been, and we've had numerous people long before now who has come asking about this same facility, who have gotten the runaround concern that saying that they weren't certain that it was owned by the city of Bessemer or that means they've been given several different excuses or reasons of not having access to this facility. So in all fairness, not only just the three that we have on the table, once we surplus it, I think we need to possibly publish it so that those entities who have shown interest previously have the same opportunity to come in and have a shot at it as well.
Madam President, Councilor Crusoe, I don't know who those other individuals would have been because nobody has contacted my office since Botangs has vacated of that property, because I would have been more than happy to try and recoup the monies that the city had in that facility. I've had not a single person that has come to me and so interested in the purchase and stuff of that building. But we also have to look at it from this standpoint. The more people that's interested in the purchase of the building is more advantageous and so to the city. And so because you don't have to necessarily just go for the foreclosed price, you can go for whatever price you deem ends up is necessary or desirable to want to sell that building for. So however many come, the more the merrier when it comes to purchasing that facility. But nobody has ever reached out to this property, to this office about this property since Botangs has vacated.
Mayor Gully, one moment, Councilor Crusoe. Mayor Gully, think again, think hard. You did have someone to reach out to you and spoke to you concerning that property there with Botang. Just think hard about it. Yes, sir, you did. You had someone to reach out to you concerning that property.
Madam President,
yes, sir.
If you send me that information or the name of that person, I'm more than happy to stand corrected and stuff on that.
Cynthia Donald. Cynthia Donald, I spoke with you concerning that property.
My apologies to you. I don't recall you and I having a conversation on that.
Yes, sir. It's okay. But councilors, what Mayor's asking us right now is just to deem the property surplus so that we can go ahead and start the process of recouping fundings and or selling this property. Is that correct, Mayor Gully? Is that correct, Mayor Gully? So Attorney Payton, will we have a resolution on Tuesday to declare this property surplus so we can move forward?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want to put anything in the resolution, putting a date for people to submit offers or anything in that, or just declare it surplus at this time?
Declare it surplus at this time.
We'll do it.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, I have a question. The 1826 Alabama Avenue, is that part of the 219th Street North property as well, or is that two different properties that the city owns?
So the legal, and I don't know the alley, let me just give you the legal description, okay? The legal description are lots 1 through 9, block 203, according to the survey of Bessemer. Map book 2, page 14. Those are the lots.
So all that comes with the property.
There'll be 9 lots encompassed within that
Okay, thank
piece of property. And I'm sorry, I don't know. I just don't know offhand which ones those are. We can look at the tax assessor's map and come up with that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me clear this up. Yes, I did come down and I did call Mayor Gully. I called Mayor Gully for a citizen in the city of Bessemer that attends the church that I attend, because I didn't have any information on that building. And I did, I just wanted to clear that up so they won't say, well, Councilor Donald is trying to buy the property up herself. No, sir. No, ma'am. I called for someone else. Thank you, sir.
Also, Madam Chair, while we're on this subject, not particularly this property, but I've been asking since we've been sitting, or since I've been sitting around the table for a list of the properties that's owned by the city of Bessemer. And I've been told that there's no way that that they could have come up with that information. So I mean, again, that's something that we need to revamp and to look at as far as in the properties that's owned here in the city of Bessemer for the possible investors or people showing interest in the city of Bessemer.
Councilor Crusoe, at that time when you asked, I went across the street to the tax assessor and the tax collector's office. If you want a copy of those properties, I have a copy of everything that the city of Bessemer owns. Those we paying taxes on and those we're not. I have a copy of all of Bessemer's property, and I can give anyone who want that copy. I can give you a copy.
Yes, but here's the thing with that, Madam President. Pulling up a property saying the city of Bessemer, you would have missed this property because it's assessed to in a totally different name, but then foreclosed under a loan for the city of Bessemer. So again, that's a great resource of being able to pull them, but this property, just a prime example, would have been missed.
It will be on the list of the properties owned by the city of Bessemer for the next tax year beginning October 1, 2021. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Item number 24, Ms. Taylor.
Discussion on District 1 through 7 issues.
Councilors, because time has been so far spent, can we get you to send those discussions via email to Mayor Gully's office?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Item number 25, I need a motion, a second, and a roll call, please.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Ms. Taylor, roll call.
Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
Councilor Collier. Councilor Crusoe.
Present. Aye.
Councilor Marshall. Councilor Marshall. Councilor Thigpen. Councilor Thigpen. Councilor Matthews. Councilor Donald.
Aye.
3 ayes, no nays, the motion.
I couldn't get my finger to work.
Thank you, councilors, and we look to hear from you on Thursday for the second budget meeting. Have a great day now. Bye-bye.